Guess who doesn't have the PS5 and has to go get it? I wonder who that might be. I wonder. Okay, I'm back. Well, I was never really here, was I? But I finally went upstairs, got the PlayStation, and then I remembered that I had a bunch of washing, and I had to go take it out. I think it caught a little bit of it on the Sora cam. I dumped it all on the couch over there. Because if you leave stuff sit in the washing machine for too long, it becomes not good, and you have to wash it all over again. And that has happened to me so many times that I have had to create a rule. I'm like, the second it's done, you take the fucking washing out. You do not let it stay in there. Because if you leave it in there overnight, it smells weird and you have to wash it again. It sucks. Anyway, hi Jamie. Okay, that's awesome. Thank you. Can't wait to see you again soon. Hi Andrew. Hi Kyle. Hi Flash. Flash, I can't believe you were here 15 minutes early and you thought I'd be live. Crazy. Now, I will admit, I did say 45 minutes, so I didn't want to sound crazy, but I knew it was going to be an hour. And that hour was accurate, you know? Here we are. I think it was 55 minutes later, so I was early, really. Yeah, anyways, welcome. We're playing some more Final Fantasy 16. I think I am not going to do a super long stream. I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's not that I don't want to. I do want to. But I'm about to overtake James in where he's at in the story, and I really want him to be able to watch. I know that he wants to see my reactions, so I'm going to try not to make too much progress. I'm going to try and do like 3 hours today, and then I am streaming again on Saturday, which I'm now thinking I wish I wasn't, but I've already said I will, so I will. But that's also not going to be a super long one, unless I'm like dying to play more of the game. But I really want to restrain myself so that I don't end up getting too far ahead of James, because I really do want him to be able to watch, you know. But other than that, we shall get going. I was going to say something else, but I can't remember what it was now. What was I going to say? It's less than I thought you'd be 50 minutes early, more so I typed in chat the second I woke up. I love that. Flash, it's actually very, like, I actually is, that was good. I was going to say that I think it's comforting that you're here and you're waiting for me to go live. But it's not comforting. That's not the word. I just think it's actually kind of nice, and I kind of appreciate it. So thanks. But also, stop demanding me to go live. I'm gonna ban you. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Only that I had like the most productive day of my life today. Like, I had no work to do at work. Well, I had a bit, but like I had basically no work to do at work. And because I work from home, it's so good. I cleaned. I did so much. Well, it was all cleaning, but still, you know, like I cleaned, like cleaning. And there's actually no better feeling than being clean and having a clean house. So it's very nice. And also so yesterday, James got a pretty good ad. That was pretty sick. And within a couple of hours of finding out, you know, James got a pretty great ad. It was pretty great. I was in the car and I was driving. Then I came home and I was reversing onto our drive, which is what I always do. And the last, like, probably like 3 or 4 weeks now, our parking sensors on our car have been broken, so they don't beep no more. And what's even more annoying, though, is it pops up on the screen constantly saying, there's an issue! And I'm like, I fucking know! And I don't know how to turn that off. So it's popping up constantly, and it's just like, there's no beeping, and I'm used to the beeping. So, like, I feel scared every time I reverse, because I'm used to the beeping. So I'm reversing onto the drive. Lo and behold, within hours of finding out that James got a really good ad, the beeper just starts working again, out of nowhere. I have no idea why it's working again. It's still working today. I don't know why, but it's still working. And I had literally brought it to a guy, and he was like, yeah, we can't fix it. You got to bring it to like a specialist person. And he gave us the weird, I was like, okay, well, who can I bring it to? Do you know someone? And he's like, yeah, there's a dude around the corner. I'm like, huh? And he's like, all I know is the guy's name is Tony or something. I'm like, okay, so what's the name of the business? He's like, I do not know. I just know the guy's name is Tony. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm on my own here, because like, what am I just gonna walk around shouting out like, hello, Tony, I need you to fix my car, please, Tony. It was really weird. I actually couldn't believe it. He didn't even have a phone number, nothing. He literally was like, right, if you just go around the corner and then up that street, there's a shop there and his name is Tony. Weird. So weird. I don't know why, but look, it's fine. The point is, two really great things happen. And also, another really great thing is happening for my mom. So my mom has a house, but she's not been able to live in it for just too many reasons. It's too long of a story. But she's finally been able to sell the house. And it's like she's getting a really good deal with it for it, basically. So things are really good right now. I brought Sora for a really nice walk, and he was really good, and he was off his lead. I've had like a sick couple of days. Like, I've just been vibing, man. It's been really good. And I just thought I would share that because I think, like, I know me personally, I love hearing happy things, and I don't often have anything super happy to say. So here I am. Really happy news for me. I'm doing really good right now. I hope you are too. I have nothing else going on. Betting for this series is probably for the best. I'll consider it, Flash. I'll consider it for you. Nice! SpongeBob DLC. Enjoy the SpongeBob DLC. I will not be playing that, but I hope you have lots of fun with your SpongeBob DLC and it makes you as happy as the last couple of days have been for me. Alright, now, oh, it's working! Do you know what? I am always so scared when I start the stream before I plug in the PlayStation, because there was one time where I did that and I had to restart the whole stream to get this to come up. So, everything's coming up Velvet today. I don't know why. I wonder, wait. Let's just like not allow there to be an issue with the Elgato and I'll just reset it. Crackle. I don't think there even was a crackle. I bet you're lying. I bet there wasn't even a crackle, you little liar. But I knew, I preempted it, so. I'll send the SS to your home. Oh my god, wait, oh, you must be doing the Flash, or are you threatening me? Because your home, my home is your home. That's a bad idea. I need to charge my phone. It's on 8%, and that will not do. Yay. Is it off silent? Why is it off silent? I never have my phone off silent. Oh, I forgot that I took my headphones off. They're just on the ground. There literally was. Really? That's kind of funny because I had just said everything was coming up Velvet. But it's okay, I assume there would be because there always fucking is. You know, I bet there are streams, like there are VODs where the crackle is there the entire time. Because, you know, sometimes chat be dead, it's fine. So I bet that there are times where I just have forgotten to reset it myself and no one said anything because chat's dead. Like, I guess you don't want to say anything or no one's really watching. So I guess it's like, it just is what it is. But I don't know what streams those would be. Maybe no, not 6, sorry, maybe 14? I don't know. Because most VODs I do end up rewatching though and it hasn't happened yet. So maybe there's one out there. I don't know. Maybe there will be one in the future. Who knows? Anyways. Let us commence the gaming. The last thing to happen, so we are 17-ish, 18-ish hours? No, yeah, 17 or 18 hours in, I think. Something like that. Very big things happened. The last stream was the stream where we had the flash forward and also another big spoiler. Sid died. So that was a lot. I'm trying to remember though. Why am I here again? Was this my first time being here? No, it wasn't, was it? No, it wasn't. No, it's not. Well, it was last stream. Yeah, it was my first time being here, but I've returned from leaving here, is what I mean. I don't think that makes a lot of sense, but it's fine. Journey to Hawk's Craigcliff. Nice, okay. Wait, actually, let me read that. Does that give you, like, a summary of what's going on? With all eyes focused on the crystalline? It's crystalline, right? That's how you say that. Crystalline. Dominion, the fringes have begun to slowly fall into disarray as rumors of unspeakable atrocities abound. To make matters worse, trusted ally and friend to man and bear alike, Martha, has gone missing from her inn. So is that the last thing that happened? Because we definitely saved her. Well, we didn't do a whole lot. We kind of left her bleeding, but she's okay. So that's not, I guess that's like the last major things that happened then. Didn't we decide what are we doing again? We're striking or something. We're doing something big. How do you get to the fucking map? No. Okay, there we go. Wait. I thought that's the map button. Oh, it's this one, and then you press that. Sorry, dumb, stupid. So go in here now. Thanks for lurking, Andrew. There's a little voice in the back of my head during that stream. Like, just goes make them angry over and over again. This stream, sorry, I misread that.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares.
They're talking about his nose again!
Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
He is determined. What do you smell, boy? He's on a scent.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
Revenge.
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
The 5 years forward Clive looks so good. I think that's what, isn't that what she said to him? We'll face it together.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
How do
More
you
than
play the
likely.
game again?
Which is why we should hurry.
How do you switch
There are still
those?
many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Okay, perfect. Time to practice. There you go. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was maybe not a good idea. Oh, no, it's okay. There's still some to kill. Because I was going to say, like, it's kind of a waste of practice if I just wipe them all out straight away. So James finished this entire sequence, but this is the last thing he's done, I think. So sadly, I'm gonna overtake him, and he's not gonna be able to watch the next one, or even some of this one, I guess, because I'm definitely gonna do more than just this, aren't I? Evil Chocobo. I don't want to fight them. I'll just feel really guilty if I do. No, don't try and fight me. I'm sparing you. Take the fucking win, fool. Interesting? I'm interested in why you said interesting.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Nothing but loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
I hate how good their armor looks.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
Do you know what? The only criticism I think I have so far is like in scenes like that where they're not like fully pre-rendered, I guess. They're more like just in-game cutscenes, right? They're just so fucking dry. They're just like they're not even like the way Clive was like, look over there. He was like the only thing that's carrying it is the voice acting is good, but the actual movements of the characters and the mouth syncing up and stuff, those things are not great. And like I guess it is hard to do when you've got, but I don't know. I feel like they should be able to do it. Why aren't they? Youth.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100 full legions?
I'm actually way ahead of this. I did this whole arc. Nice. Wait, so then like how many hours of stream can you watch, do you think? Like, and also given that they're actually, what do we call it? Elva Standard Time or something? There is none of that in this game because it's a pretty easy, like time-wise, it's pretty easy to get past. I'm not really like turning it into a really long game. And then I did the bit major sequence after that. I'm wondering what you think of this arc. Me or Elva? Me. Well, he already knows what you think, Flash. In seriousness, were there any good bits of the game that you really liked, Flash? Oh, wait, it's back this way. The thumping and the screen, like the music is it's making me feel really anxious. Which is it is its purpose, but it's not a good feeling.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think they was the Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
But what do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harbouring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
We need to find out before they start killing people. This is... Imagine the guilt. Imagine the fucking guilt. I think in the entire game there was one scene that I liked and it was missable. That's insane. That's insane. That's gonna be a big unpopular opinion. Definitely an unpopular opinion.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another Eastpool.
Then we shall be on our way. these people live with a knife to their throat.
That's such a good way of putting it.
In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
I guess I thought the good voice acting would make up for, you know, whatever that was. And I guess like it mostly does. I'm going a really dumb, weird fucking way, aren't I? Yep. Can I go? Do they want me to go around and there, or do they want me to go around the other way? Let me check. Oh yeah, they need me to go. Wait. Wait, no, wait. Oh wait, yeah, no, sorry, hang on. I don't know, I think I saw something glowing over there, and I thought, oh, that must be our destination. It's not. I don't know why I thought that. It's not like Ragnarok where there was a lot I liked, but a lot I dislike, and it's frustrating.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
If you only liked one scene, then it's easy to be like, yeah, fuck this game, call it a day. True. True, there is no conflict there, is there? It's one of these fellers. What are you doing here, sir?
Ever since the apostrophe, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystal's collapse?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
But that's not what you're doing. No, you haven't really been doing that. You haven't actually just been like, oh, like simply it is bad. You have been kind of conflicted, but I think that's just because so many people like it and you don't. Right? It's not really because you're actually conflicted and unsure, or there are like good and bad bits. I guess you're just like, am I crazy? Which yeah, you are. Oracle, let me, please help me. Take your time, Flash. All the time in the world. Give us your best explanation. Wording isn't even a word, is it? It is. Wording. Yeah, that's a word. Wording is definitely a word. I love the uncertainty. Don't know why that happened. I was just trying to lunge. Bork bork. Torgal, they're dead. You don't need to bork no more. It's okay. The game's being really dark again, and it is hurting my eyes. The eye strain. I'm gonna end up needing glasses after this game. does take ages to turn into a fiery sword. I feel like, you know, holding it for like more than 2 seconds should be okay, but instead it's like, no, like 10-second wait, please. Oh, wait, that's... This is such a powerful move. It's so cool. Just say I take too many risks. No, I don't.
Follow It's Elva. Give it everything you've got.
Hey, Japoy. Welcome. Thanks for following. Ah, yeah, it is around here. Wow. Having a map that I can actually read is very refreshing. The last 2 games that I played, I might as well have not had a map because it was too fucking confusing and difficult for me. I couldn't do it. No! Why do you have to appear? Dude, there was a spider earlier today in my house. Thankfully, he was not quite as scary as these guys. If one of these guys were in my house, I would sign over the deeds. It would be over. Oh no.
Blood, Clive.
Uh-oh.
And still wet.
Torgal growl. He's real angry. What do you see, boy?
You were told to stay in your homes.
Do I look like a common villager to you?
You know who we are, and still, you would bear your steel.
It's just because you don't know who I am.
Owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shape of Rosaria.
Yeah, I love that. Hehe. Do it. Oh, I need to use magics on him. Ooh, I'm a higher level than this motherfucker. He's gonna get it now. This is what happens when you mess with someone who's level 25 when you're only level 24, you loser. Wait, how do you... Oh, fuck, no, I picked him up. Oh my god, I thought I died. I'm sorry, is it just me? Or every time when you win an encounter, I feel like I actually died? Because it sounds like just Clive making a dead sound, right? Dumbass word. Maybe after a few days of playing this, I still feel all the stuff I love, I do love, but I feel the replay of this game could be rough once the Final Fantasy difficulty really genuinely changes that. Why do you mean that? You won't be like replaying Final Fantasy 6 or Final Fantasy 9 or whatever. It's like, yeah. It's a complicated one for me because although I'm very much in the loving it camp, there's an element of uncertainty I have on it. There's something that's made me feel a bit off. The only thing that I'm off about is weird ass mouth animations. That's my only issue with it. I guess... oh no. Because... I'll say in a second.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Aldil. guardians of the flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
I kind of almost laughed just then. The camera's like panning on their faces as if like you're gonna see like extreme fear or worry or guilt. But they're just like, we must go! I don't get it. Hello, Catboy Robbie. Hello, Ryan. Super jarring how the quality and animations is so different. Right, yeah, literally what I'm just saying right now. It is. And I think like, yeah, I guess it would cost them a fuck ton of money to make every main story cutscene be fully, you know, is it pre-rendered? I mean, I'm not great with the technicalities of things, but like, you know, like an actual cutscene as opposed to an in-game one, right? And I get that, but also for me it is definitely taking away something. Like it's not nothing. I notice it more and more as the game goes on. It's just like disappointing because you've got really good like a voice act. Like the actors are very good, but you just have their bodies just standing there so lifeless half the time. That's the only thing. Which kind of, I wish it was a bit better in that regard. Mocap. I mean, is that I think I was just trying. But cause isn't it? Can't you have like? I mean, yeah, that would also fix it, wouldn't it? If everything was mocap, then it would look more natural and realistic, wouldn't it? So like, yeah, but I don't think that's what was I trying to say? James might know what I'm trying to say. James speaks Elva. We're doing this again. I like that this is a recurring thing we do. I enjoy pushing things. Sometimes with great force. Toil will growl again.
Death.
Found her.
Ooh, holy fuck. Oh man. Oh man, that's a lot. Yeah.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it.
Killing that bitch is gonna be so satisfying.
We should go.
Yes.
That's like,
Can't
that's
leave them
big
here
Game
like
of
this.
Thrones vibes.
We won't.
Isn't that
The
what?
Black Shields have made it this far south. They may already be in Port Isolde.
When in like season 1, when I guess season 1 Game of Thrones spoilers, doesn't Cersei display Eddard Stark's head? Yeah, I think she does. I'm pretty sure it's her that decides to do that. That's some fucked up shit. It's like those vibes. I don't know why they don't just give you full health off each encounter, because if you die you get full health and potions back. Yeah, but I guess the idea is that if you die, then you've died, you know, like you're not gonna sit there thinking, wow, I'm so great at the game constantly. But I don't know, that doesn't make sense. But I just mean that the reason it would be too easy then, wouldn't it? Like the idea is to avoid dying in the game, so I think if they just refilled everything every time, it would make the game very easy. And it's already not very difficult, in my opinion anyway. And maybe it gets more difficult, or maybe is there even difficulty settings? Because I don't think there is. I think there's just like the easier and the not easier. I avoid dying a lot. Nice! Epic gamer moment. Wait, how do you get... Oh, it's just... Oh, oops. Dumb. Oh, no. You didn't even get the courtesy of being hung up. Sad. Would you rather be one of the ones who were displayed or just left where you fell?
Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
I think I would rather just be left as I was. You know? Although, I guess it's like a respect thing. They don't respect me enough to even display me. Okay, it's the opposite of respect, but... I'm just talking absolute nonsense. Yeah, I'll move down my list of favorites as time goes on, because even a few days since I last played, I'm already dwelling on what ifs and flaws. Interesting. Interesting. I will say though, like, I'm having fun. It's fun. And I'm really interested in this story. And I think the characters are good. So, I think it does have a lot going for it. It might work out, just that it's just not perfect. It's not, like, incredible. It's, maybe we're all, I mean, it's been very hyped. Oh, look how sad. Oh, everyone looks
live in the Deadlands.
fucking miserable. Even the chocobos are sad. I thought for a second I could speak to a chocobo because I couldn't see this person.
You find no succor to the South Travellers, nor beyond the Buet. The Empire has seen fit to banish us from our own land.
This arc actually highlights many of my flaws with this entire game. Interesting. I don't hate this game. I think I'll always like it because it does resonate. And it looks great, feels great, but I'm not. But it's not a 6 or 9 or a 7. He said it, folks. He said 7. He said 7 is one of the games. Too true. Too true. As long as it's fun, that's the biggest factor. I guess if you consider, like, is fun just referring to the gameplay of it, or do you mean like you're having fun while playing it constantly, like so the story is good enough that it's still fun? If that's what you mean, then I agree. But me personally, like, it wouldn't be enough for me if the game is fun to play, but I don't love the characters or stories, because I think a big part of enjoying a game for me is the story and characters. That's like, we all know. I'm no epic gamer. I enjoy, like, challenges every now and again, but I don't really play games for the gameplay all that often. That's just me. The real opinion will come through in a year or two and everyone has had time to just absorb it all. I don't know. I think most people will... I don't think people want to, like, go back on what they've said, because I think once you said something, it's hard to be like, wait, I was wrong. It's definitely hard to admit that. So I feel like the general consensus will remain pretty good. I mean, even all the reviews were really good. And I presume when you review a game, you play the game. So those people genuinely thought it was really good through and through. And those are like permanent. You know, they'll always have those reviews.
Didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
Ooh, extreme lunge. Like the sound of that. Let's do another oh, I didn't quite make it. Okay, that was a shit lunge. Disappointing lunge. It was being hyped up like fuck when it came out in 2016. To be fair, I remember everyone was loving that too. Then like 6 months later, when it wasn't the hot new thing, there was a lot more criticism. Yeah, I definitely agree. You can overlook stuff, because if you are generally just having a good time, then you can overlook it if it's not perfect in different areas. Like, you can still register their faults.
That's the main gate.
But I agree, like, if you're still having fun, then you're having fun. Play the game. You like the game is good enough that you are having fun. That's good. That's always going to be a positive for sure. Unless we're about Super Smash Bros. I mean, yeah, that game is it's gameplay game, so... Unless there's a story that I don't know about. Super Smash Bros. Having the 10 out of 10 story. Great voice acting. 10 out of 10 game.
Better out there than in here.
Chinless bastards. Those crystals belong to us all.
I said, where were you, filth? Back to your stall.
This is gonna go real ugly, isn't it?
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Oh, I kind of thought they'd just start killing everybody. Seems in character.
I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
We need Super Smash Bros. RPG. I'll develop it for you.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Apologies, building out your party and shit. In this game doesn't have that. Yeah, I kind of forget, because I guess I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily remember that constantly. Like, I don't play the game and be like, oh no, I wish I could give Jill this. Oh no, I use it when it's there, but like when it's not, I kind of just like don't remember that it's a thing that games have sometimes. So I totally get that that's not great, and I guess like yeah, probably would be better if it had that. But it really is basic as basic, isn't it? Like you get the sword and you have the sword. You don't really have to do anything, right? Like you have like a few skills you can buy if you want. But like I'm not really like focusing on any of that very well, and I'm doing absolutely fine. New younger Western fans love this game. Feels like an action game spin-off of Final Fantasy than an actual numbered entry. I see what you mean in that it is missing. It is missing a lot. Like I say, I guess I don't notice, but I haven't played all that many Final Fantasies, so I guess it's easier for me not to notice. If you've played many of them, then it's like, oh, it's really not going to feel like Final Fantasy to you, is it? Because yeah, when I think about it, it is kind of wild how simplistic it all is. Like it's just a sword and they're done. It's very simple, isn't it? I know a lot of people talk about Skyrim as an RPG, for example. Right, I cannot speak to this. I'm not going to even pretend to be able to argue either side. It's just, yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I do agree that it is lacking something, but I'm personally not super bothered by it. But I definitely think it would be better if it had a bit more depth to, yeah, the party stuff and your loadout and stuff. There really isn't much to make this game yours, is it? Everyone's going to be playing this all the same, really. Like, you're not going to see one playthrough and see someone do things completely different with different techniques. Like, it's very basic, isn't it? Right? Like, that's kind of like an important factor, I think, is to be able to customize your gameplay experience to be your own. And it's maybe not quite customizable enough. This fucking pineapple is hard to clean. Oh, why in my head was like, oh, Flash, why do you have a pineapple and why is it dirty? I'm like, well, what happened to your pineapple? Then I remembered you're playing a SpongeBob Power Washer. That's funny. I genuinely was like visualizing you like scrubbing a pumpkin. A pumpkin? A pineapple with a cloth. So dumb. Yeah, I agree, Robbie. It doesn't really, you don't really get to make your own Clive. Clive is Clive and everyone is having the same Clive experience. Which is a bit sad, because I think that's actually a really cool aspect to certain games. Where you can play them and you can feel like you're making this gameplay experience your own. This is my Clive. Flash! You're one step closer to the ban. One step closer. Say it again, Flash. Please don't. I'm not, because I can't follow through and then I'll look dumb. I think about it, what makes Final Fantasy so fun is the strategy of it all and the gear and accessories in different towns, having the right stuff for particular fights. I didn't read that right. Having different stuff to buy and making sure you have the right stuff for particular fights. Like, I do think 7 Remake actually really emulates that while translating it to real time. That's a good point. I mean, I think back to when I played the original 7. Half the fun was making up those cool material combinations. I even had that one combination that was really dumb and it was really fun and silly. And I really felt like that playthrough was my own. I felt like I got to have my own experience that's maybe a bit different from someone else's, whose is different from someone else's. But I thinking about it, the gameplay in this is really just like surface level, isn't it? Like, there's no planning, there's no strategy, there's really no customization. Like, it actually is quite hollow in a lot of ways, isn't it? That sucks. Like I say, like, again, I don't think it's ruining my experience by any means. Like, I'm still having fun, but, and I still like the mechanic, like, I like the way the combat works. I think it looks cool and I like how it works, but there's just maybe not enough there. I think we're all agreeing on this. Yeah, like the gear and stuff. Like, I don't think I've like put on the best accessories, but like, I don't know if it even matters. I'm not really thinking about it. Whereas like, you had to really think about it. I'm thinking about to 7, like you knew for certain bosses you could have stuff that would like prevent certain elements from getting you and stuff like that. And I don't feel like any of that's in this. Here we go again. Mighty push. It's like he's giving birth. Push, Clive, push, you're almost there.
This is nothing like I remember it.
Look at it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
He's upside down. He looks like a seal. I think he constantly looks, not even, is it a seal? Yeah, I think it is a seal. He looks like a seal all the time. This is the only Final Fantasy game I've ever played, so I had no expectations as far as the other games went. That's interesting. I think that's an interesting... It's interesting, right? Because I think it's good on one hand because maybe now you might be interested in playing some other Final Fantasy games if you like the aspects of this that are more of the true Final Fantasy aspects. So that's nice that more people are maybe going to get to experience the other ones. But on the other hand, then it's like, well, if this is what you think Final Fantasy is, you might not like the other ones as much if this for you is the perfect game, if that makes sense. But I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. Like, whatever. It doesn't matter that much, but interesting. Gear sucks, but there's a ton of freedom as to what abilities you equip and how you mix them together. I watch someone play, they have a different play style, so I wouldn't say there's no strategy at all. Well, I have no strategy. Oh no, I've like looked multiple times, and I feel like you either lunge, or you do like the ground attack, or you do like the fire sword. I don't know, like I'm struggling to see how I could play any other way than the way I play, which I'm sure I really don't play very well, but I don't know what else I'm supposed to be doing, if that makes sense. Maybe if I watch someone else play, it would change my mind. That would maybe be a good idea. I might do that at some point. Oh, this is a chest. I'm excited. When I looked at the other games like Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was like, what the hell is that? Since I assumed it should be like this. Well, that's fair. You can be forgiven for thinking that, can't you? You assume. It's going to be like the other ones. So out of curiosity then, I mean, Robbie, have you finished playing the game yet? And obviously if you have, like, no spoilers or anything, and I know you wouldn't, but in a non-spoilery, well, I don't even know how you could spoiler it, but are you now interested in playing any of the other games? Oh, but you're near the end, right? Well, I guess like you've played a lot of it then. So where are you at in terms of other Final Fantasy games? Is this the only one you're ever going to play, or are you now interested to play more? Because that's a super interesting input to have, because I don't really know anybody that hasn't played any other Final Fantasy games and is playing this one. So it's definitely an interesting question. Me playing Final Fantasy VII Remake for the first time, what the hell is that? But for different reasons.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Oh no.
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Why did we actually walk away? Like, why didn't we just cut him down right there and then? Farewell! Who says farewell again? What game is that from? Wicked combo. So cool. Hi, Elipes. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Elipes. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Oh wait, I had this. Well, I don't know why I said oh wait. That sounds like I'm gonna say something really interesting. Well, I was saying all the nice positive things at the start of the stream. I also met like the cutest family today while walking Sora, and they were all over him. And he was so happy, and they were so happy, and they were very nice. Just more wholesome encounters. I just love walking Sora. Like, I get to take him to, like, this big open field, let him off his lead, let him run around. He's actually quite good. And everywhere he goes, he spreads so much joy, because either people just think he's cute, or they know that he's a Shiba. You don't really see that many Shibas. So, like, they get kind of excited when they know what he is. So wholesome.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
Whoa.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was saying too. Clive took that the complete wrong way. I thought he was talking about Clive.
Not whom I addressed.
Oh my god, I did not recognize him! Wade?
Founder, it really is you.
Man, I did not realize. We've just killed all his friends! Wow, we've killed so many of his friends. Oh, a touching reunion.
We can speak inside.
Man, like, I see it now, but I've done this twice now. I didn't think the Joshua reveal was I wasn't 100% sure if it was Joshua or not. And now I'm like, who's this feller? I don't know. Oh, it's Wade? Oh.
And those
Silly.
who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
They're trying to help too.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown.
That's his
As to
half-brother.
why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge. Then so do we. Make ready. This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
My eyebrow is itchy.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
Once again.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I forgot that Wade was a decent bit older than Clive was when they first met as well.
Require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
Elva just quoted remake Sephiroth out of nowhere. Wait, it wasn't. Wait, accidentally? No, it wasn't. It was on purpose. Wait, are you saying what I said then wasn't funny? What? I'm confused. I did say it on purpose. If that wasn't, I don't know. How? I didn't really think about that, but it is actually additionally weird that they're killing so many bearers when they do, like, even if you don't look at them as people, but as tools, they are useful, you know? So, like, she's, like, doing this to spite Clive, even though it hurts the realm. But like Wade says, obviously she mustn't care about the realm. She must only care about herself. So she's really just saying, like, I don't care if I'm literally just making everyone else's life worse as long as I get to Clive. Mwahahaha. She is the Wicked Witch of the West. Wait, what happens in The Wizard of Oz again? Which one is it that gets a house dropped on her? Isn't that a thing? The house lands on her, and then her legs are sticking out. It's the Wicked Witch of the West. Wait, there's one of the East as well, isn't there? Shit, I have no idea. It's been a long time since I watched that. I laughed, it was funny, but now you're just lying. What? What? Flash, I have quoted A Touching Reunion so many times in my life. I quote it quite often. 100% being honest. If it was by mistake, I guess that would be funnier though. But I said it on purpose. The whole bit was weird. You could have had the Wade cutscene happen without the fight. Yeah, it is weird because you're just like, oh no, this is awkward. I was killed a bunch of guys who are trying to do good things. I just wish like it just hadn't happened like that. And also, they're good guys, so it's a bit weird that they saw, you know, this man and woman who, I guess, like, they look a bit threatening, but, like, they don't look like the Black Shields, right? They don't look like soldiers or nothing. So immediately, it's kind of weird that people who are, like, do-gooders attack them, like, immediately. They're like, no, we need to fight you. It is weird. I wish they had not done that. I wish there had been, like, an encounter and Wade came out to help fight. But before anyone got hurt, Wade was like, wait. But then again, I guess he wasn't going to recognize... I feel like you could recognize him, though, right? Like, he does look like Clive did when he was 15. He just looks like he's many years older, right? So you could have had Wade be like, what? Who are you? And or like, maybe he could recognize the armor or something, right? It is weird. The scene after they get up, they didn't die. I didn't even notice that. Wait, that is actually even weirder. That is actually even weirder. What? That's actually even weirder. Clive is like Batman. He don't kill. He only knocks them out with his sword. And fire!
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan.
I like that.
You haven't changed a bit.
That's actually super cute.
So Wade.
Wholesome Wade
The
moments.
bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
No.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
They killed so many of those bearers too. There was like a good 15 bodies. Imagine, is it not kind of awkward to imagine like them having to slowly position them in like this scary way? It's not funny, but like
putting an end to the Black Shields.
You know.
So we shall.
People just don't recognize each other in this game. So true. And I'm not really one to speak because once again, to reiterate, I did not know for sure if the Joshua reveal was actually Joshua. And I didn't recognize Wade. So I guess if we're going, like, everyone in the game is like me. And that's the only explanation that I can accept. They're all modeled after me. They've been watching my streams. You can defeat these tough bosses with the same moves. But yeah, That's actually super dumb. I agree, Flash. PlayStation needs to pay. I will not rest until they have paid for this transgression. I love the bat chest. Now you said battle on the bridge. Battle on the big bridge where it just goes, it's time for a battle on the big bridge. That's kind of funny. The other is Clive Howard, depending on how the image is to remain behind the hideaway. Oh. Okay.
We'll keep them from the
Fair
bridge.
enough.
Don't you worry.
Can I have a chocobo?
Better. Brother Wade's life depends upon it.
You know what? There's one thing if there's one person, or should I say being, that I will be able to recognize, it will be Ambrosia. Cause wait. Yeah, you guys you guys said she got up, which I still don't remember seeing her get up, and I've watched it twice now. But the lore things do say she's alive. So if there's one person I'm gonna recognize, it's Ambrosia.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
I'm better at recognizing animals.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village, we tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
It's my favorite kind of game. I was really biased against Sony back in the day. Really? Why? Oh, it doesn't get it? What do you mean? What do I not get? Wait, what do I not get? What do I not get? What do I not get? Don't giggle. Don't do that stupid little giggle at me. What? You just need to start playing it again, James. Wait, is that to say that he will love the game more or less? But there's a side quest you should do in Martha's Rest. I just remembered it. It's a Green Plus just outside of the town. Where's Martha's Rest? It must be up here. Oh, yeah. This one, I suppose. The White-Winged Wonder. I know a White-Winged Wonder, and her name's Ambrosia. Okay, well. Am I gonna be, what's the word to use here? I really don't know. Am I being punked? I've never used that word before in this context. Wait, I don't think I've ever used that word before. But is that what we're doing here? Are they gonna be like, heh, white chocobo? And I'm gonna be like, and they're like, her name is Doris. How do I make sure I don't forget to do this? Oh, and I can always have
There
that
they
one.
are.
Nice.
On your command, my lord.
I'll hopefully not forget now that it's blaringly obvious. It's right in my fucking face, but I'll probably still forget. It happens in literally every game, though. Cutscenes are different from gameplay. It's just how it is. Oh, hey, Freya. How are you doing? Welcome. It's so nice to see you. Wait, Freya, how are you getting on? Are you playing this as well? I'm not spoiling anything, am I? How are you getting on if you are? I presume you are. Is a reference to a past Final Fantasy game. I don't know what the reference was to the past Final Fantasy games, so we'll never know. His name's Angeal, actually. That would be really funny. This happens in the... So, what was that in response to? It also means that you can't mean anything because cutscene can just decide what you actually did. What? Cutscenes are different from gameplay. But, what? I don't think that makes sense, because yeah, the cutscene is gonna look different, and the cutscenes can determine what happens, but it should never contradict what happens, like, in the game. Like if he wasn't gonna have killed them, why were they on the ground bleeding out and dying? They should have just not died. They've written themselves into a weird corner by doing that. Laundry list of reasons. As a teenager, pre-teen for one, Sony had all these preparatory formats yet to buy more Sony gear to work with. Fair enough. That's one of the few side quests I did as I encountered it. Yeah, I haven't done many either. I like the ones I did do. I've already done like 2. But I'm interested in this one. I can't explain why it bothers me so much more here. It just does. I feel like it's different than any other game that's ever done anything. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. If someone can give me like a comparable time when the gameplay one thing happens, but the cutscene is like completely different, then you know I might just be wrong, and I can be like, oh, okay, fair enough. But I don't know. To me, that is actually really, really dumb. If like you've wiped out this whole group of soldiers and then they just get back up, because I've done nothing differently. I wasn't like stopped midway through by the cutscene. I literally killed them all. They're all dead. Just finished it. How did you get on, Frey? Did you enjoy it? And I'm very good, thank you. How are you doing otherwise? Beside what I meant was, how are you doing? And also, how did you get on with Final Fantasy 16? Oh, Battle of the Big Bridge. Oh, okay. You're getting close to the end, Jamie. Exciting. How are you feeling about that? Are you sad or just looking forward to it? Sorry, I'm a bit behind. Yeah, I agree. Just cut it out. No reason for it. Shoots the king in his queen cutscene. The queen cries over her deceased king. What? Gameplay shoots the king and his queen cutscene. The queen cries over her deceased king. Is that an example? I'm sorry. I think I just missed the context of that. But I don't. I'm sorry. Oh, I did. The AC series always got around that by having your kill shot be the lead up to the actual kill. Yes, yeah, but that's like an example of it making sense, right? Because in the game you've clicked to assassinate, but the cutscene is saying no, you hadn't actually killed him. So for the comparison to this game, doing what it just did would be that you kill everyone, but then the game is like, no, you didn't even lay a finger on them. Here's what actually happened. They all fell down. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't actually make any sense. If it was like you were fighting one of them and like partway through the cutscene interrupts you, then that's different. Anyway, I loved it. I'm so glad you loved it, Freya. That's great to hear. I think a lot of people are generally loving it. I'm really enjoying it. I'm having a really good time despite, you know, pointing out some little things. Oh, not the next difficulty. Oh, is that how the difficulty works? You have to play it on like...
What is it now?
You have to play it through first?
You. We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame. Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come! Die along with your flame! For Azaria! For Azaria! Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
You. I want you. But even my dog is better than you, loser. Try getting better. Wait, what is... Oh, wait, hang on. That means something. What did that mean? Are you healing? You healing people? How dare you? Oh, shit. I keep forgetting which one of those is, like, the area of effect, and which one of them, like, targets. Or is, like, ranged, I suppose. Another wyvern to fight their battle for him. Wait, why was he known as Wyvern? Because that's what that made me think of. I was like, do you mean like another you? But he literally meant another wyvern. So I'm like, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, why was he called Wyvern? Just because he had... But do wyverns do fiery things? I don't think they do.
More dragons.
Wait, is a wyvern a dragon? I don't even understand that. I literally have no idea. No idea about which part. All of it? Or...
I can't say I'm
Garuda! Dragon's 4 legs, wyvern is 2. Oh yeah! But sometimes people do the dragon and call it... Oh, no, sometimes people do the wyvern and call it a dragon. Yes, I remember that. Oh, okay, it does breathe fire, so that must just be why. They were like, well, he does fire magic and he's a bit tough, so he's a wyvern. Okay, now I feel dumb. Because actually, I should have known that. That's obvious. It's another lance! Lance? Why did I say lancer?
In taking it,
I didn't say that.
proven our point that this land is in dire need of cleansing.
What's the fucking word again? No, but what? That's not what he's called. What is he actually called again? A dragoon. That's what I meant to say. Why did I say lancer? Like a lance. Wait, what's lancing again? Isn't that where you have the long pole and you are on horses? Isn't it? Flash, you're being way too nice to me. You need to stop. I'm gonna think we're friends. I really want to time those, but I have no idea how to get that in time. Because it's just, I don't know, I can't figure it out. Oh wait, I forgot I even had a limit. I'm going to use it now at the worst time, but that's okay. I'm surprised how I kind of forgot the moves, but not as badly as I should have. Like, I actually haven't been super bad with the buttons this stream. But I really struggle navigating through the abilities. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. It's entirely a me issue, by the way. I know that. But I just don't know why, but I have a hard time pressing the buttons to get the ability. Like, I keep pressing the left trigger when I should be pressing the right trigger, you know? It's so dumb. Nice.
So wait. There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
We finish him.
LBs are better using their staggered. You do more damage. Yeah. I was really dumb what I just did there. Because I also didn't even have half my abilities to use. Because I learned, I think it was on like the last stream that I learned that the limit is really good to use with the abilities because it enhances everything. So if you use like your super strong ability while in limit, you're going to do fuck tons of damage. So that was really dumb. But I was like, well, I better use it. It's better than not using it. But I probably should have just saved it. Okay, we'll do it now. We can do almost everything. Oh, I even did a dodge there. Oops. Get fucked, bitch! Can't believe I haven't replayed Remake yet. One day. I'll probably do that next, and then I'll probably do Final Fantasy IX.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked.
Yay.
We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again.
Man. That's really tough when you're faced with something that
we once knew is gone for good.
it's just
fields
it's
rot,
impossible
people
to an
starve.
extent. It's almost impossible.
We
I
battled
guess.
to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs
Yeah,
up in its place.
that's what I was trying to say, but he said it better.
Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die, and her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So Wade,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
Yeah, I always like when people are faced with, like, do you fight even though you really don't know if you can win? Or do you just give up? Like, I like when that gets tackled in games, which is often. I'm enjoying the story quite a bit. I really like it. I really enjoyed, well, I've enjoyed all of it so far. And I thought, the Cid bit and I liked that, and I also liked the Ifrit versus Ifrit fight and stuff. I thought that was cool also. No, it's only lore, I think. I don't think it gives any tips. It's not like a hints and tips thing. It's literally just like, hey, here's lore. What's TKAA again? I can't remember. It's a Final Fantasy VII book, isn't it? I do need to do that. That's true. I'll need to do that before I play Remake. Maybe I'll take a little while off to try and edit all my 7 videos, because I still haven't done. I mean, like Dirge and Crisis Core, like, and Advent Children. I mean.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning.
Oh.
Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie. Be sure that you do.
Didn't mean to do that, sorry.
I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it.
I don't want to have to kill them and then have them raised from the dead again. So this is mutually beneficial.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
I wish, like, those patches you keep getting, it would be dumb, but I wish you could see them somehow. And, like, eventually you'd have this cool, what's it, like, what do they call it? The scouts? You'd have, like, a scout thing. A scout sash with all your little badges. That would be great. I don't know how you would have done it, but it would have been fun.
Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Alright, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue! You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Oh, you know, I feel like I could really see the younger Clive there as well. It's weird, but like those movements really look like young Clyde. It's so weird.
Infectious flax wench, even in death.
Oh, he's playing
must thou
along.
plague me still?
Oh, this is cute.
Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Oh, he's even crying. Oh, this is so wholesome.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh my god.
Clive, my dear boy, it's really you.
No.
You always were fond of that scene from The Saint of the Sanctuary.
I wish I'd seen it.
Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I mean, I guess like he's all he has left of his
I have a
brother.
favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the
As
kitchens.
well.
There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
At first, that was like a bit weird, but actually, I really liked that scene.
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing.
If your greatest failing is that you can't lie, you're doing pretty good, aren't you? Love that. Clive, you're the best.
I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Cid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
Over there. Go on.
She's a fine ship, isn't she? Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that Lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
All this monster business is giving me Crisis Core flashbacks. Just because I feel like they've been saying it a lot. Monster, 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 monster. You know, I kind of echo that a little bit, James. That I do like Jill. No, I do like her. And I think she has been through a lot, and it would be hard for her to be any different than what she is in the game. Because you have to remember she's been worn down. I mean, like she just explained, she's been through so much that it's kind of numbed her. And I feel like she's quite a dry character. She kind of, like, she doesn't really she's very serious all of the time. And she's very bothered by what she did while she was being held by the Iron. It's not Iron Blood, is it? I can't fucking remember what it is. Yeah, it was a... Yeah, ever so slightly, it feels like they're doing the whole tell not showing thing. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Nothing wrong with her arc and story and character. I just don't care. I think I do care. But like, most of that is hinged on her being very lovable when she was in the prologue and she was younger and she had more life. And that's what's sad, is her arc. I don't know where it's gonna end, but currently she's been through so much that she's not got much life in her anymore, right? And I guess I think different people would react to what she went through differently. I mean, Clive has clearly been through a lot too. Everyone's been through a lot. But the way that Jill reacts to what she has been through has been, you know, she feels very, very low, I think. Like, she doesn't seem to feel a lot of hope. I think she's carrying so much guilt with her that it's kind of like, it's hard to have really fun moments with her, because I feel like she never really seems happy. She never seems like she's having a good time or a good moment, which, I mean, there's not a lot of times in this game where she can be having a good time, but yeah, like, for example, like Sid is like the opposite. Like, Sid is relentless. Like, no matter how much he goes through, he's always got something funny to say. He's always got a joke to make. I almost think that maybe Jill is just there for Clive and to support Clive. She's not really enough on her own. Not, I mean, like, as in, I think that's what they've done to write her. They've not really written her story. They've written Clive's story and said, here's Jill and a bit about Jill, and Jill is gonna help Clive's story. And obviously that's what characters do when they're not the protagonist, but I think you can definitely write maybe a little, I don't know, I think maybe it would be nice to just see a bit more from her. She's maybe not a very deep character. I feel like in the prologue, you know, she's definitely shows a lot of emotion in the prologue, a lot of, she's got like a lot of charisma, she's cute, she's fun. She also has a lot of care for Clive. But I feel like now all she has is like a deep care for Clive and a lot of guilt. And that's kind of it. Like, it's hard to see, like, maybe her hope. There's no hope there. Like, she doesn't really poke through and say, like, hey, maybe there's something we can do here. Maybe we can really make a difference. I don't feel we see that enough. Just is a really unremarkable character, and I was expecting her to be way more actively involved in the story than she is most of the time. She's just kind of there. Yeah, that's so true for me, actually, and I think that's maybe part of the issue. She's never really, like, adding to the conversation. She's never got her own take. She never clashes with Clive, and she never really, like, enthusiastically agrees with him. Like, she's really very much just, like, there. a lot of times, which sucks. I want her to chime in more. I want her to have her opinion. And maybe that's part of it, is every time there's a cutscene, like 9 times out of 10, she kind of just stands there, maybe says a line or two. And a lot of her dialogue has just surrounded, and I know, like, again, it's obviously, she's been through so much that it is going to be a core part of who she is now, that she's carrying this guilt for everything she did. But it feels like that's all she talks about as well. Right? Like, it feels like she's had like three big conversations about it now. But I don't feel like she's really had a conversation about anything else. Again, I could be wrong, but that's how it feels to me. Even during her big story moment here, it's still Clive who fights the battle and the bosses. Even if they don't want a full party system, I feel like the game would have benefited more since she only playable characters like Joshua is in the prologue. Yeah, or to just maybe like have her do more. She really just feels like a sidekick, right? But like not the most exciting sidekick. Like, you know, I will see what happens. I'm interested to know what happens with her story, but I think I do agree, and I think I have been feeling it, because I'm starting to realize I think I understand what you mean, James, when you say like you really like the game, but there's something about it that's not 100%. And I think part of that is like Jill is a huge character in this. She's constantly there so far, but I don't feel like I love her yet, you know? Like, I like her. I think she's a good person, but I don't know if she has like that many likable character traits where you would be like, oh, I love Jill, like she's great. Like, why? Can someone please tell me, like, if you do love Jill, and it's like, it sounds like I'm being mean. I want to know what you like about her, because I think I'm very open to conversations about everything. Like, that was a weird thing for me to say. I'm open to be like to have my mind changed, because I feel like I never have like a set in stone opinion on something. I think I could go around, like, I think I could change my opinion pretty easily if we're having a conversation and people actually do have like valid, insightful things to say. I think that's why I'm so easily swayed by James. Is not only is James good at making an argument, but he likes to make an argument all of the time. And so I'm like, oh wait, I never thought of that. That's true about everything. Yeah, I think I love Clive. I really love Sid. I really like Joshua as well, but I don't know what he's like now a huge amount, but from what I've seen of him, he still has, you know, excuse the pun, kind of a pun. He still has like a lot of fire in him. Is that a pun? It's not a pun. It's, what would you call that joke? It's like, is it irony? I don't think it counts as irony. The word would be. Jill to me is the biggest missed opportunity of the game, especially because I think she has not only the best design, but the best vocal performance in the game. However, so much of her writing usage is incredibly not good to me. This arc was the first time I found myself going, huh, this didn't make me feel a single thing. It was really weird, because the game usually makes me feel a lot. But this bit was like, yeah, I don't know. I just didn't care at all. I think I tried really hard to care, and I think I did, but maybe not as much as I do in other scenes. I remember during the Bloodborne stream where I was saying I didn't feel connected to Jill. This is the part of the game I was at. That's fair. I think that is fair. I think I would still be upset if she died, but I think that's more because I'd be upset for Clive. Whereas when Sid died, bro, I was so fucking sad because I loved Sid. I'm sad for me, you know? Like, he was such a fun addition, but he had so many aspects to him. He was tough, yet gentle and caring when he needed to be. He had so much, he wanted to do so much good, but he also had like that factor about him where he was willing to take risks. He was willing to, you know, sacrifice himself, and also he was funny. Is Prelude playing funny? Is that funny? I agree, Alva, that is a good point. Validation! I love being validated. The air is still fucked in New York, so I have my windows open in my room with my computer on. It's like an oven. Dude, I feel for you, because when I walk into James's office, it's like he is heating the room, but he's not. Sometimes he even has the windows open, but his computer is like, you don't need the heating on in the winter. Just turn on his computer. It's insane. It heats the room to a point where, like, you don't need radiators in there. I don't think he's ever turned on the radiator in his office, ever, because it is always warm. So in the winter, it's perfect. Maybe in the winter, it is even still too warm, though. How wild is that? In the winter, where I'd be heating the rest of the house, James is like, I need the air conditioner. That's insane. Why? Computers are very heaty things. When Sid died, I cared because I liked him. If Jill died, I'd be sad because Ben Starr would act really well as sad Clive, and that I like the way you phrased that, because that's true also. Ben Starr is really good. And that would work on me, but not because I would give a shit if Jill wasn't around. Yeah, it's not like I wouldn't feel like a heavy loss, but I feel the loss when Sid's not around. You know, like sometimes I think, wow, like you feel that lack of someone who's got something funny to say, someone who's trying to uplift spirits, someone who's trying to motivate people. You do miss out on that when Sid isn't here. But I don't think Jill does a lot to... She just doesn't do a lot, full stop, I think. If Jill died, Ben Starr, the actor, would lose it publicly. Fall to his knees in Walmart. There's definitely a meme in there that I just don't know. Yeah, if Tifa died, I wouldn't be sad for Cloud. I would be sad for Cloud, but I would also be sad for me. Yeah, that's the same reason that, I don't know why it was, but preface, Final Fantasy VII spoilers. I don't know why I always say that, but I'm just scared because I didn't play 7 until like a few months ago, so. But when Aerith died, I was very sad for me. And I was sad for Cloud. But again, like, I was sad for me. And that's what makes those deaths so much more meaningful, is when you actually, like, what you're actually losing someone, right? You're not seeing sad thing happen. You're losing someone. And they're just a character. But characters can mean a lot to you. And I think it sucks when the character is maybe not quite their own person that you care a lot about. Ooh, true. With Sid, there are multiple times where, like, cutscene, Sid's just gonna fucking deal with this shit because he's so cool and he can do that. And again, it's actually, it plays into where Jill is at well, that she doesn't want to ever really go too hard. Like, she doesn't really ever want to get too close to becoming Shiva, because she's had so much trauma with that experience. So it makes sense, but you then are lacking in the area where, like, well, she like, Sid does all this cool shit to help, and there's so many times where you get to see him being cool. You don't get to see Jill being cool. She just fights like anybody else with like a little bit of ice here and there. And that kind of sucks that you're missing out on the whole, you're fighting with Shiva. I don't think seeing Jill being cool, I think it would help a little bit. I think it would be cool to see her be powerful. And I think it would be cool because also it doesn't just tell you, oh, look, she's cool. It also shows like some confidence in there and some drive when she's like, no, let me deal with this. I think that's cool. I like that. I think that alone wouldn't like completely fix it, but I think it would make her a bit more interesting if she actually, if she was able to just to have these moments where she takes charge. Because I feel like it's sad seeing her kind of just follow around Clive. I want to see her take charge sometimes. We know she could because she's Shiva. She's tough as fuck. She's tough without becoming Shiva, but like, she's always kind of just dragging behind. I want to see her do something that shows us that she cares. You know what I mean? And this sounds mean, right? This sounds mean, but you know, when you're fighting all these people and all these horrible things are happening, you want to fight back. It shows when Cid became Ramuh, you're like, oh shit, he really cares. Holy fuck. He cares so much that he's putting himself through something painful, right? Because it makes him sick as well. And it like probably, I think it just fucking hurts, right? That's what it seems like. But he does it because he's in the moment where he is like, I need to do everything I can in this moment. And Jill has not had a single moment where she's doing everything she can. And I have a feeling because of this conversation that still doesn't happen, at least to the point that James is at. Flash hasn't said anything, so maybe it does. But if there's a moment where she find, in fact, that's what should happen. I think maybe it's been too long. I think we've been dwelling on this guilt era for Jill maybe a bit too long in her arc. I would really like to see Jill at like something fucking ridiculous happens and Jill is like, no, I'm gonna say what is more important to me right now is not how bad I feel when I become Shiva. I'm so fucking mad that I want to become Shiva despite that, and I want to fuck things up because I'm so emotionally invested in what is happening on the screen. Right? That's what I want to see happen. And I think that's where her arc needs to go. She needs to learn that, yeah, while you've done a lot of bad things, you need to learn to forgive yourself. Obviously, she needs to go through that part of her arc. And then I think she needs to end up choosing Shiva because that's what she needs to choose in order to make the most impact. And I think part of me, like, I think it's tough because the dominants are it's deep, right? Like they're not as simple as like, oh look, tough guy. Like there's more to them. Like it seems to hurt them when they become dominants. They do cause a lot of destruction. How well can they control their dominant? I just think that I think you should keep playing. Okay, I know. Look, I'm burning down the clock so that I don't end up overtaking you. It's fine. But I think I need to see her do something where she's finally overcoming the guilt and choosing her power. She's using it to her advantage because that's what they need to do to win this fight. You know what I mean? I'm saying a lot of things. Okay. Well, something really ironic is gonna happen. I'm gonna be like, oh. But you know what though? If exactly what I just described, which I would really enjoy, if that happened, it won't fix the fact that I felt this way at one point. You know? I might start to feel more close to her and more connected to her, and I might start to like her more. But it won't change the fact that I should never have not. You know? I feel like that's a bit of a shame. That for the sake of having her arc, you don't necessarily feel super connected to her for half of it. That kind of sucks. Whoa, this is like really tangled. Hey, Jas. Whoa. If I just predicted this whole arc, then that'll be really funny because generally speaking, I'm not very good at really any of the analysis stuff. In fact, I'm proud that I was able to put that together because I do think that what I've said is fair. So have your spaces you like. Okay, I guess he's a bigger part of the party than I gave him credit for. It's true. I kind of get that. The Cid is like, you sometimes kind of think he's more of just like a background guy, but he's actually very important. Yeah, I think I get what you mean. Alright, sorry, I'm gonna keep playing now. This will be really funny. I'm gonna love it if okay, well actually, I think what I've predicted is very obvious, so like there's no way they weren't gonna have her transform into Shiva, so it's not like I've just, you know, said something insane, but maybe it should have happened quicker, right? Like maybe we should have had this happen sooner so that we could have more time really enjoying our time with Jill than being like, I don't know if I like Jill, because you don't want to make players think that they, like, you don't want anyone to, Like, unless the whole point is you want them to hate them and then turn them. You don't really want people to be like, I don't really care about them for half the game. Or, well, I guess like a quarter of the game. I feel like my mind shouldn't be brought to a place where I'm thinking like, oh wait, Jill is not my favorite character. I'd rather be like, oh, I'm meh about her and then love her. But at this point, you're just like, oh, I guess I am like meh. No, I would rather be like, oh yeah, I like her. Which I guess I kind of am, but really I'm more like meh. If I'm being completely honest with myself. Okay, sorry. Gameplay. Let me update the title then. Because we're probably more like... I'm gonna put 18 hours. It's probably fine. Gameplay? Morphing in time game. Iconic. Ha, get it? Wait, that should be the catchphrase for this whole game. Every time something happens that is cool, you say, oh my god, this is so iconic. Ivan. Kitchen hand. Ivan. I think that's how you would pronounce that. Ivan? Or is it like even?
Deadlands wouldn't be half as bad.
It's Ivan. One of these days, Nemours Revenge will now be true. And I'm shuddering. I'm still thinking back to that, like, I genuinely do not understand what he was saying. Like, what did that mean? Maybe we just don't understand what he is actually saying, right? Or is that really what he says and it just makes no sense? Oh, I need the map. Consult the map. Ah, fuck. Gotta go all the way down. Alright, so down, right, and then right. That just power washes Squidward's. It's incredible. I hope you have all of the fun power washing Squidward's house. What does Squidward's house look like again? Is it like one of those, it's like a rock head thing. It's like in the shape of a face, isn't it? Isn't it like those, what are they called? The Easter Island things? Or am I being so crazy right now? A tiki head? Squidward's house. Yeah, it looks kind of like the Easter Island things. Kinda. Okay. It looks a little different than I was picturing. But like, I wasn't being crazy, actually. Nice. I thought he was saying not Nemours Revenge is not true. Or no, I think we need HM Killer to confirm that himself. We can't assume because he could have been saying either. It's another strand at the wench. Shit, so what are we gonna do? And maybe he will actually respond though.
Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move.
Honestly, her hair is perfect. Like, that's what these bits are meant to be, but they just look like this sometimes. You gotta work really hard to get them to look as good as...
As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules
Vivian.
the islands to the
You gotta work
west
hard
or
to look as good
rather,
as Vivian
its
does.
church But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the Orthodoxy holds the Mother Crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies.
Interesting.
Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Drastanus, home of Drake's breath, and plucked it from the duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity.
I find it really hard not to
The Mother
look at
Crystal is
the
both
captions.
the object of
Am I
the
the only
Iron
one?
Blood's worship and their
Like-
gateway to the continent, making Drastanus the holiest of holy
The
ground,
subtitles, I mean. I don't know what word I just
from
said.
which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here. Let's see if Jill's ready.
Clive is a really good character. I really enjoy like how he still likes, like he has like quite a lot of honor, right? Like he still knows that revenge isn't right. But I think deep down he definitely wants revenge. I do too. Revenge! You've never watched Game of Thrones? It's crazy. Game of Thrones is really good. Watch the first few seasons and then stop. Yeah, I've forgotten a lot of Game of Thrones for me. Yeah, and it also ruined it for me too. The last few seasons. No. So the thing is though, if I turn them off, I won't be able to hear. I can't explain it, but people who get it, get it. I need subtitles. I watch everything with subtitles. I need them. But I do find myself staring at them. There's no fix. It just is how it do be. I make them smaller. I mean, I could make them smaller, but I don't know if that will fix things for me because I'm reading while listening. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think making this one's gonna help, but it could, to be fair. Visual alerts. Fix that. Oh, there you go. Make them small. Ooh, or we can make them large. I had the same, so I made them as small as possible. Helps a lot. You mean the bangs? The curtain bangs? Because I recently... Well, I've probably... It was a few months ago now, but... I cut them the shortest I've ever had them. And they've never looked so bad. That you have to go in this happy medium, right? They actually... Their length they're at now, they're getting to actually a very good length. I just didn't bother styling them today. Because I was already running half an hour late, so... I was like, it's fine. It's whatever. You know about the subtitles? genuinely thought you were talking about the hair because you do have long hair. So I was just like, oh my god, yeah, of course. I love how your friend works. What's wrong with me? That's so funny. Why did I think Jazz was talking about hair? That's actually so dumb. That's so funny. I genuinely believed you were like, you were saying like, I had my hair like that too. You need to make them short. I genuinely thought that's what you were saying. That's so funny. You have no idea how hard that is for me. See? See? It's fine. I was right to assume. Oh no. Because to be fair, why would you tag me? Like, that was like very important. I don't know. I mean, I just thought you had my best interest at heart. You were like, cut your bangs shorter. You'll be so much easier. It's so funny. I'm not the only person that does this often. Like, James never does that. James never just runs with something and completely misunderstands. Why am I like this? It's alright. It's what makes me unique. If you need hair advice, I'm your man. My hair is very dry. And I always try to put conditioner, like leave-in conditioners and stuff in it. But it's just like, I think my hair is just naturally like this. But I will take hydration advice.
A sea voyage this time, is it? I can lend you an oilskin if you're looking to keep the salt off your back.
Go on then, where is it?
A sea voyage this time, is it? I can lend you an oilskin if you're looking to keep the salt off your back.
She's all fucking talk. What a line, bitch. Because I'm getting an undercut. What is an undercut? I don't really know what an undercut is, if I'm being honest. Undercut. Oh right, like you have like long on the top and then nothing on the sides. Most of these are long, like most of they're short hair though. So would you keep your hair quite long? Yeah. Yeah, okay. It is what I assumed it was, but I wasn't sure. Ooh, that looks cool. This girl has got one and she put her hair in a ponytail because she has like a really small one. That looks kind of sick. Stopped using shampoo regularly because my hair was getting extremely dry. Held quite a bit down from using it every other day to every other week. So you only shampoo your hair once a week? Interesting. So I have, people do say, but I don't believe them. But they do say that you don't need to shampoo your hair at all. Some people say that you don't need to shampoo your hair at all, and I'm like, no. But it's probably true. But I only put it in the tops. So I don't know. But I guess it runs down. I don't know. I don't know if I could have a shower and not shampoo though. That would be hard for me to do. Because I don't like how my hair feels. Unless it's like squeaky clean. I guess it is clean. I don't know. I don't know.
I think so.
Jill. When you told me you had to come to terms with your past, you weren't talking about destroying Drake's breath, were you?
No. I spoke of Imran, the leader of the Crystalline Orthodox. The man who made me do all those unspeakable things. I'm going to kill him. It's what I need to do to put the past behind me. What I need to move forward. And I know that I can do it. If you're there beside me.
Always.
And I'll be beside you, too. We'll bring down the Mother Crystal together. All while Sid looks on.
We'll make him proud.
Oh. Sid was so freaking great. Miss Sid. I wonder because she just wants to, you know, do revenge. I think that's fine, but I feel like Clive knows. Would Clive maybe not have been like hey, like, maybe that isn't going to make you feel better. Maybe revenge isn't the answer. I don't know. Or is it? Because I'm not sure what the game wants me to think about revenge. Because it's definitely building up to killing that bitch. So, it wants me to want to do revenge, right? Does Clive like revenge? I'm not sure. I kind of thought he didn't, but now I don't know. Well, you can open Patrick's house. I love the commentary about Power Wash Simulator. SpongeBob edition.
Useful trick. Freezing and thawing the spray to make mist. How did you learn to use your powers like this?
That's so cool.
The Masters made me do it. When the Crusaders took to the seas, to keep the fleet's movements from prying eyes. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
This may be the only chance I get to go back. My only chance to put things right. I have to do this. Whatever the cost.
All right.
There she is. The Iron Kingdom's Mother Crystal.
Drake's breath.
That looks so cool.
Strong currents, sharp rocks, and ether floods. Let's not forget them. This island is a natural fortress.
But safety breeds complacency, allowing a single rowing boat to slip in unseen.
The sanctuary is inside the mountain. If we follow the old trail, we should be able to enter by the back gate.
All right. Let's go.
A song of fire and ice.
I always imagined when I came here it would be to reclaim it.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches for far too long.
I really want to use the active time lore, but every time I remember to, it's too late.
Too well. This path was abandoned after an ether flood.
Okay, Pirates of the Caribbean.
The perfect little shortcut.
Right? I'm not wrong. This definitely sounds like Pirates of the Caribbean. I do like a reference. And ironically as well. Like as long as the it's not done in like an in-your-face way, and as long as it doesn't take away from the media, then I like it. I almost thought I enjoyed Yuffie being in, which is like a whole reference. I almost thought I enjoyed Yuffie being in Dirge, so I'm maybe a little bit crazy. I still like I know every reason, like I should not have liked that, but I also can't help the fact that I genuinely didn't mind that much. Like I know it was bad. I just genuinely. Sorry, Jill. Forgot that you were a friend. I like that bit on the boat. See, I thought it was pretty cool. I like that. I like that I like that she did it without telling anyone as well. Because, you know the way, like, character just be like, oh, there's this thing I learned, I'll do it now. Right? Which is fine. I don't think there's inherently an issue with that. But I like that she just did it almost out of habit. Right? Because she was made to do it. Well, she is their prisoner. And presumably, she did it often enough that it is like habit. She just kind of naturally does it without even saying anything. She's just used to it. I like that. I know, that's cool. And it's also cool that she can do that. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just cool. It's a cool bit. See, if this bit does do a lot for her character, then like I might end up being like, oh wait, I really, really like her now and care a lot about her now. And the only bad thing I can say then is like, well, maybe they should have pushed it forward or done something more interesting on the lead up to it, because I have had this period of being like, she's not my favorite, you know? Jas! We're 70 hours in. Yeah, and I'm at a point where I'm like, what can you even say about Jill at this point? Like, I loved Sid straight away, and he was consistently likable the entire time. I feel like Jill has kind of just been there, you know? I'm sure it will. You know, I actually do think it will, because I think just before you got here, we had a very big conversation about it, and I said what I wanted to happen, and I do think what I said probably will happen. Oh, I see. Uh-oh, look through the window. We can see you. You ready, Clive? He's going to hit you with his big bat, but you're going to be okay. I swear it. You're going to be just fine, Clive. Where you going, pal? Ah, shit. Wait, I could use my limit right now. I keep forgetting about it this stream, I don't know why. Oh, shit. Well, I'm just bad, and that is what it is. Did that count? I don't think that counted under my limit, did it? Shit. Next time I'll leave with that.
Nice try.
Nice try, bitch. I don't like seeing Togo get hurt. Like, of course he has to, but he's just tough, but I don't like it. I wish he just never ever got hurt at all. It pains me to see. Ooh. That's pretty good. Kind of. Actually, was it? Was it really all that? Oh. I know not by some of your standards, but remember, I am early in the game. I'm not very powerful yet. Ah, shit. I don't like the way he says help me, boy. He sounds so fucking desperate, it makes me feel sad. I don't like it. He's like, do you know what? Wait, I know exactly why I don't like it. It's because he sounds like he did when he was 15 and Ambrosia saved him. When he's like, you saved me, girl. He says, help me, boy, in the exact same way that I'm not even playing the game properly anymore. I'm stressed because I just realized why I don't like it. I'm having flashbacks of the game, like, within the game. That's weird. That's weird. See, the Ambrosia bit left a lasting impact on me. I'm not okay. I should have done that.
The old arboretum's the We'll enter the caves from there.
How are you? Jill is one of my favorites. And how far into the game are you, Game Dial? 80 hours, my 30 hour I come to you, I was in love with everyone. Nice, okay, well we're not really that we're not really there yet, so. I absolutely want to love everyone equally. But I definitely love Clive and Cid, and Jill is like, at the moment. I know that if they do stuff with her, I'll like it though. I finished it 2 days ago. Very nice. If you've played the whole game, I imagine. Yeah, I'm like Jess says, I'm not very far in, so I am sure that by the end I will be in love with everyone too. You know what? I felt this song made me feel the same way as something, and I can't remember what it was, and I just remembered it was fucking Vanaheim in Ragnarok. That's funny. That's stupid. Cycling through these is fun. I can't wait until I have like 20. Wait! Does that extend or does that say the same size? Because it looks like there's room for probably 5. Well, you'll have Titan. Will we have Bahamut? I don't really... Oh, I get maybe, probably. I guess we'll have them all. We're gonna catch them all. So, there's Titan, Bahamut. There's 8. I'm trying to think of what the other ones are. Oh, we're never gonna have Shiva, so that's one out, counted out. Who am I missing? Do you want— No, I don't. I'm not asking for spoilers. I'm talking out loud. I don't know. I feel like that's obvious, but it's fine. I don't think anybody here is gonna spoil. It's fine.
Oh, look at this place. What a mess.
Wait.
Oh my god! Marble!
Nothing a shield of Rosaria can't handle.
That was a bit silly, but I liked it. That was also silly, but I like it. I like it. You know what? This is actually great. This is actually great. I love this. This is the best. I'm so much better now as well. Not to say I'm good, but just that I'm better. Okay. Ish. I should have said ish. What did he just do? Can I attack these? Oh no, you just... What? He's evolved! It only took him 20 years. Wait, I do not want to die at this boss fight. That's gonna be dumb. Like, it's gonna ruin the moment of being like, haha, we meet again, and I'm new and improved. Oh wait, how do you do the take? I missed it. It's too late. I fucked up. Torgal! You see Torgal just then. Oh, not that goop again! Stupid goop! Ah, fuck. Big damage. So I used all of them. Good shit. Oh, he is doing this again. Oh, I just realized. Oh, I'm so dumb. It's a Kashyyyk. We know about that now. Yeah, I remember this move. Famous last words.
I still can't believe they can jump. Don't these things have roots?
Oh my god, that's me about spiders. I can't believe these things can jump. That was so bad. That was so bad. I don't know what the fuck happened there, dude. That was so bad. Come on. I almost called her Shiva, which is kind of weird. Chill. Any chance you have potions? Chill. What do you mean? You didn't mean potions? I thought you had them. I thought you had them. Why would I have them? Why would I have them? Come on, Jill. Come on, you're a smart lady, Jill. You pack properly, don't you? Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? You come prepared? This is a big mission.
Nice try.
I'm actually going to die. I'm actually fucked. Ah, it's over for me. Does the limit do anything to help? I'm trying to do that the whole fight. And I wasted my limit on it. It's kind of dumb. Oh, I shouldn't have used that. It's whatever. Fuck me.
To me, boy. Help me, boy. Too slow.
Yes.
Nice try.
Fuck! You get health and hit with the limit. Oh. I'm gonna admit, James, that's also what came to mind. Health. On hit. But now. I don't know how you're meant to say it again. I can't remember. Isn't it a Kashyyyk? Is it a Kashyyyk and not Kashyyyk? One, a Kashyyyk. Two, a Kashyyyk. Which one? One or two? Oh, I'm gonna forget which one is which. last time you let me dodge through it. I'm seeing the health on hit.
Too slow.
Also, being this far into the game, I definitely enjoyed the combat a lot more than I did during the demo. Like, I could tell it was good, and I liked it, but I didn't really, I felt like I was doing the same thing over and over again. With the actual iconic stuff, it's much more fun. It's so varied, and yeah, I think it's very cool. It would be cool with, you know, we were talking earlier, like, it would be great if there's maybe a little bit more depth there with the loadouts, equipment and stuff. Like, I don't know, I don't think it's perfect, but I do enjoy the actual combat itself. Fuck. Keep dodging too late. But I'm at halfway. Fuck, I wasn't even looking.
Well done, Tom.
There you go. I thought I was already halfway, but apparently I was not. I did think like it didn't do the sound, but I just thought maybe that's because he was doing the move or something. It interrupted it. Oh. That went... Oh, okay. Oh, it was just Sid and Ramu, and it's honestly gonna be teary-eyed. I think Sid's everything Sid was so good. I loved it a lot. Yeah, I loved it a lot. That sounds like a really fun idea, Jess. Sounds like a good way to also think it through really nicely as well. Flash, you should do the same. You should play the game again and then write something. I was just saying this, Ryan. I've said it like 3 times, but every time you win or lose, I can't tell which it is. To me, it sounds like both either. Oh no, just one ad. Stupid ads. The worst things to ever exist. Okay, Flash.
Press on.
Yes.
Oh, you're back now. Oh, I said that's a really nice idea. And it also sounds like a good way to think it through really nicely and like come to like a final really good conclusion. I think it'll feel very good.
It's like a furnace in here.
We're inside the volcano.
Oh.
You get used to the heat. Though I don't remember it being quite this hot.
This is really cool. This seems like the kind of place that Ifrit would thrive.
And they're getting bigger.
Ew. I'm so happy to hear that, Jess. I'm really glad that it lived up to what you wanted, didn't it? So that's always great to hear. You don't know how it ranks, but it's pretty damn high. That's very nice to hear. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it, Jess. I know it meant a lot to you. And you are very excited. So I'm glad you lived up to that. Such a bad display of just everything. So dark once again, can't see a thing. Can't see a fucking thing. Oh no, wait. Oh! Wyvern? Nope, salamander. Mr. Salamander, what happened to you? Yeah, tough boy. I'll leave my limit in a second. Oh, fuck. I don't need to use it yet. I meant to do my limit first. Silly goosery. In the time that I was saving, I probably could have just built up another one. A formidable opponent. You hear that? Some praise from this here lady. I hope that fulfills him. Oh, I mean, he's dead, but I hope he died fulfilled, knowing that Jill admired him. Walked out after the credits, and even my mom was happy for me. I'm so mad. Oh, that's so sweet. I bet you were just like glowing. You're glowing. You're ethereal. You're oozing glow, and hopefully nothing else. This game is almost everything I want it to be. Only part that sucks is aspiration. Right, because were you expecting it to be more open than it actually is? I finished power washing the Bikini Bottom bus.
Fuck.
Bus. I love when Clive says fuck. Say it again, Clive. Say it again. Hope James isn't here. I can't think of the bus. Why is there a bus? Is there a bus? Ooh!
Quickly, before it melts.
This is going to be close. Come on!
Oh my god. That was cool.
Let's not do that again.
Let's do it so many times, please.
Let's not.
Damn. I guess that's never happening again. It does, James. It does a bit. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Right, with me so it's because you came the right time. They gave you the loss, revenge, and anger. Like, I was really feeling after my grandmother passed, and I can't even lie. This has helped so much. Oh. Stop. I'm so glad that it helped. I know people, a couple of people said that about Final Fantasy VII on my 7 videos. And that's so true. I mean, I think it's not this, but I think 7 resonates with me more, but I haven't had much loss, but I'm very scared of, you know, impending loss. And so I think that's why Red's story is so, it hurts me. I think it's a good thing, right? Like, it's a good thing to have those feelings, because it maybe allows you to let it out a bit more as well through you know, like you're upset for other reasons as opposed to the actual loss itself, but it still helps. But I'm so happy that it did help, Jess. What wonderful feedback to have for your game. To know that it could help somebody through loss. That's incredible. So imagine, I don't know if you can hear me. Only very vaguely. I was gonna say, isn't it incredible to create something that then resonates so deeply with people that it can help them through really tough times? I think you know, Afterlife, Ricky Gervais, the show Afterlife. That show is very directly addressing loss. But that show also, I see all the time Ricky Gervais retweets people's tweets about it. And it seems like a lot of people with Afterlife that resonates. I mean, I definitely, it would for me as well. Yeah, exactly. It's really beautiful. It's like, is the word allegory? It's like an allegory for... Yeah. Like, a lot of stories are like an allegory for loss. We have a resident muncher in the background. Not really sure what to do about that. Just gonna have to munch to his heart's content. so my issue between so Game Doll, you seem to have an issue. Is it graphically? What, or because you say between cutscene and gameplay? Because my issue that I have at the moment is when it's like there's a very stark difference between some of the cutscenes and some of the other dialogue. No, it was just a stupid notorious argument we had. Fair enough, fair enough. Love a good single character journey. It's some of my favorite shit, which I think is why I'm okay with this game being very Clive focused, because it's a sort of story I do really love. I like that too. I think it's nice being able to pour all of your love into one primary person as well. I think that's a lot of fun. Because we're very much in it with Clive. But sometimes if you have multiple sort of forefront characters, then you gotta be in it with all of them. So when he does it again, I'll feel a bit eh. My issue technically is that side quest cutscenes are vastly inferior to that and the frame rate drops. Yeah, true. Those are both very true points. Quality mode looks beautiful. Awesome. I think the other one that I would add to that as well is the lip sync. And I don't know what it is. I guess it's just, is it just inevitable in all games? I feel like it's a lot worse in this than, say, what have I kind of played recently? Like Forbidden West wasn't this bad, was it? It's also refreshing to play a character that's not 17-year-old emo. I'm not sure which one that refers to, but yeah, actually, isn't it fun to realize Cloud? See, that's the one that came to mind. But he's not 17. I said it again! Clive is, at this point, 5 plus 18. He's 33, I think. He's a seasoned fellow, a hardened man. Forbidden West had PlayStation money. Is that all it is? Give us more classic Final Fantasy and or they can stray even further into the action adventure genre, and I won't love that. True, there's enough action adventure in the world. It's nice to have things remain Final Fantasy, if possible. What they have now will work with the classic Final Fantasy stuff. I know they'll lean into that. I hope so, because I do agree, like James said earlier, it would be, I do kind of see that trying to recreate this and then it's just like not good because it's not actually trying to do its own thing. Or like, I'm sure what it would be like an Assassin's Creed situation, wouldn't it? A bit like where, you know, they're just kind of like, no, we want this. So even if you don't want to, as the game devs, you have to. And then it's like they're, you know, they're not pouring all of their love into it if they're just making what the higher ups want them to make. And because of how well this game did, that's gotta be a scary business decision. When you're in charge of those decisions, you like to decide to not just do, because it must be hard, right? Because when you're in that position, you have something that you know people really liked and you know sold well. It must be a little bit scary being like, no, but we can't just do that again, right? Because the easy answer is just do it again. Because half the time, more than half, most people will just lap it up every time. So I do see that being something that they struggle with, trying to pull away from and do something different. But I don't think they need to do anything drastically different. Give me a party system, give me meaningful gear, different jobs for each party member, more strategy to your fights, elemental strengths and weaknesses, etc. Give me a different type of real-time action that is based around the Final Fantasy 3 or 5 gameplay concepts. Jobs, weapon types, different magic types and systems, etc. Yeah. With this, I guess I see that they couldn't really do anything in depth for the for magic, because well you can't have them choose what magic they can do, because as you know, it has to be tied to the dominance or tied to the icons. I always use them interchangeably. I don't mean to. Because I mean, I guess they could have had Clive be like, you can use ice magic if you want, but then it would be a bit like, I think that's a gray area, because you have to like think of as how making things works. I mean, yeah, obviously, but I think it's cool, the separation between them. Yeah, that's kind of the way to put it, I think, Jess. I agree. Though with this story, it would be kind of weird, because then it wouldn't completely defeat the purpose, but I think it would be very strange if Clive the whole time was able to do like Thundaga, and then when you get Ramu's some of his abilities, it's a bit like, it'll be like, oh, so more, okay, I've already seen this, I already have more or less something like this. Does that not make sense? Am I saying crazy things? Yeah, no, I get the point being, though, that you just have to adapt for whatever is overall best. But I guess they were like, no, this is the story you want to tell. And to match that, they had to make the gameplay a bit more like that. I do see your point, though, that, like, not objectively, but generally speaking, I like the way you can do all of the magics, and you can level up the magics, and you can do your ability, you can do your armor and equipment and stuff. I like all that stuff. But I think in this game, I think it's interesting that you can't just do all the magic, and you have your dominant, your icon abilities. Was that good? Love you. After Sora eats, he licks his lips for like 20 minutes afterwards. It's quite funny. I'm just gonna get a quick drink, actually. I don't know what I want. I can't keep drinking these. They're not good for me. But I'm obsessed. They're really nice. Oh. Really, I should just have Coke, shouldn't I? That's not even good either, but you know what I mean. No, I'm also gonna go to the bathroom. I apologize. I'll show you Sora in the meantime. Do 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 do. Now where were we? Oh yeah, Jill just did a cool thing. A very cool thing.
That isn't too tough.
Perhaps not alone, but in numbers like these.
Oh my god, what I can't see. I can't be the only one, right? Like, this is a dark game. Ah, that was a pun and it was intended. But seriously, it's quite dark, right? Bomb! Not the bombs. Wait, this is the right way that I'm facing, isn't it? Oh my god, it's not, for fuck's sake. It is very dark. It is. I find it hard to see like half the time though.
We aren't going this way.
Oh no.
Let's look for another path.
I absolutely did just try to walk straight off that cliff. If the game had let me, that would have been funny. Jedi Survivor moment. Why does the music absolutely remind me of like Pirates of the Caribbean? How strange is that? Like why? Why? Why?
What the hell is that?
It's a red moose.
I have absolutely no idea.
It's moose.
Well,
Chocolate
whatever it
mousse?
is, I don't think it's friendly.
Oh my god, I'm stuck. There's so many I'm so fucking stuck. Oh my god. Why are we in a fucking corner? Come over here, you bastard. Oh, he literally did. He said, "You're cold?"
Too slow.
Fuck. I took too long. See, I struggle just navigating sometimes. Oh, I fucking took damage anyway. Why is Moose so strong? Moose is meant to be soft and gentle and sweet. Why? Oh, fuck.
Come on.
Red Moose! Why is he red? Why is he Moose? I still don't understand. Why are we red moosing, you know? He ain't no moose that I've ever seen. Garuda! I like when he just yells out. I haven't heard him yell like Phoenix! Ramu! Like, he just says Garuda sometimes, but not anyone else.
Nice try.
Yay! I think I got Jill there. Oh! Oh my god, I actually thought Torgal was frozen. Sorry, buddy. You were so still. It was impressive. I put it to that it's on an island. Yeah, so that we're beside. Yeah, that I agree, and that is what I thought too. But Pirates of the Caribbean references we all know. Yeah, oh my god, reference! Such a good reference. Wow. You again! Oh, last time.
But they never leave the lava.
But I recognize him, so he must have.
I think this volcano was about to erupt.
I know him though.
Why attack us then? They're peaceful creatures.
Then this one
Aww. Don't tell me he's peaceful and then make me kill him. Yeah, that's fucking evil. What is this fucking evil shit about, man? There's 3 of those. Does he say remove? I haven't heard him say it myself. Fuck, I fucked that up so bad. Like, I hate when I stop doing the attack in order to avoid losing the health, but then I also cut the attack short and also lose the health. I hate it. I'm hurt, Torgal. Oh, I just remembered that he's meant to be peaceful and we're killing him. God fucking damn it. Why? Why are we killing... Well, I mean, I know why. It's more just like, why do we have to, that I'm saying. Like, he has no problem killing me. But like, I have a problem killing him. He feels wrong. Awaken wind. Me when Garuda is sleeping. Too slow. So mean. He does his best. Man, I definitely got that one. That's annoying. Good gaming! Of course I do the first 2 fine, but then the 3rd one when I can actually do the counter, no, not fine. And not now either. Okay, so it's about to be all over for me. Overdrive! Wow. Whoa, he'd be quick! He really said... He really listened to what Clive said. You were too slow. I need to do my limit on him to get some health back. I really need some fucking health back, or it's gonna be all over from me. I was focusing too much on which one of these I wanted to do. No, not again. Not again, sir. Not only. Oh, I fucked that. Fuck! 15 pinches of magic dash. Don't be sarcastic though, Flush. Where would, if you wanted magic dash, where would you get it? Exactly. So of course it's a good commodity.
What's it doing?
Too slow.
Nothing good, I'll wager.
It's very generous the way it restarts you. The way it restarts you, sorry, focus. Wait, halfway. Is what I was trying to say. Trying to say halfway. Oh my god.
Let's try.
I still haven't heard him say remove. Oh my god, I got every counter except the one that fucking counts. That's not worth it.
I needed that.
The more I hit him, the more I wonder about Clive's morals. Oh, for fuck's sake, and I could have done a counter. That's bullshit. He's fairly angry. Yeah, a lot of characters say too slow. Zigbart does say too slow, that's true. He says it because he does that whole bit where he flies or he fucking zooms around the room and you have to catch it. Someone might know what I mean. Or they might. I don't really know. Overdrive. Oh. I swear, every time I win, I think I'm like only 3/4 of the way to winning. It's weird. Heck yeah. I love killing innocent. Well, okay, he's not innocent. He is guilty of a crime or two. Oh, come on. This is sad. Why do you have to go down like that? Why couldn't he just...
It's just hot. Thank you.
Quite a commotion our friend made. Let's hope the guards didn't hear it.
The gate to the inner chambers is just up there. Then we make for the sanctuary. I need to finish this. Before the heat finishes me.
Hear, hear.
Hydrate.
We'll enter the
Oh,
Comric
I forgot
by
I got a
Clan
drink.
Drayden's living quarters.
Thank you.
It was always
Wait.
a hive of activity.
I have some of this left.
Sounds
Wait,
like
that's
we'll have a hard time staying.
neither of them are hydrating.
We won't have to.
Hydrating. I said that weird on
There's
the one.
someone there I should very much like to see.
I think this one's better. No, I didn't even get it. That's very funny. Amazing. What do these little hops remind me of? What game does that the exact same way? I think it might just be 7 Remake. Is it? There's a game that looks exactly like this when you do the hoppy animation, which, to be fair, I'm sure they all look like similar enough because it's like a pretty common thing, but it's just, I need to know what it is specifically. Which game am I thinking of? Little hop. I think it might be 7 Remake. KH3. I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. This is what I mean, right? Like, so many games to it. So it's gonna be a hard challenge for me to figure this out. Politely closing the door. Must respect.
Lady Marley, it's me. By the mother. Jill, it can't be. It is, my lady. We cannot talk here. Come with me.
Torgal gave them a fright. I don't know why they would react like that. He is nothing but cute and sweet.
I'm so glad you're safe. And I you. Why ever would you risk coming back? Are you a fool, girl? Or have you grown tired of your freedom already?
Forgive me, my lady. I had to come back. There are things I left undone. Tell me, where is the Patriarch?
At this hour, he'll be in the Comric, giving thanks.
You mean... Oh, that fiend! Clive, we have to get to the sanctuary. Now. Lady Marley, you must flee this place, gather your things, and go.
Now listen here, Jill.
We have company.
This way. Follow this passage. It leads straight to the Comric. Go on, stop dawdling.
Thank you. You were always so kind to me. My light in the darkness. Take care, my lady, please. You deserve better than this. A long and happy life, promise me.
Ah, fuck.
I'll
She
live
gone fucking
if you
die.
promise to do the same.
Come on, Clive.
I have a bad feeling.
We're nearly at the Comlink.
All right.
So cool.
Here's our welcoming party.
I've had enough of their hospitality.
I attacked a fire. Oops.
Follow it, Zelva. Give it everything you've got.
Hey, Ikaro, welcome. Thanks so much for following. Yeah, so it's probably remake that I'm remembering it from, the little jumps. But I know it's probably in quite a lot of games. But it's just like, I was having like deja vu when I saw that that jumping animation. Like, it just looks exactly like 7 Remake. Oh, fuck. I don't know why I did that. I cannot see him. Should have used my limit, but I didn't. It's fine. Your YouTube first playthrough got recommended? Really enjoyed rewatching the demo and your reactions. Oh, thank you! I'm so glad that you came all the way over here to say hi. I'm very happy to meet you. Hello. The demo was pretty fucking good though, wasn't it? I think the demo had everyone by the balls. I hate spinning attacks so fuck. Oh, I missed out on another one. I'm so dumb. Once again, I can't fucking see. I think it sets a really cool mood. Well, like, I've given me glasses after playing this game. But... Oh, why am I not using my limit? I'm being so stupid right now. We're almost there. Fuck! I swear to fuck, I knew that was gonna happen. I tried to dodge away. Oh my god. Oh, it's all going wrong. Yeah. That's right. I want his weapon. That's a pretty cool guy. Look at the size of that thing. What's attached to it? Is it just a rock? What is the circular bit? I think it's just a rock. So many of the common encounters take place on cliff areas too, and it would be so sick to throw enemies off, and every time I would try, there's just an invisible wall. Now, the positives, you can kick and throw the enemies off. Negative, specifically if you're me, you fall off constantly and repeatedly. I actually think it's laughable how many times I probably felt like. How many times do you actually think I fell off a cliff in between Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor? Like probably like at least hundreds, right? Like it has to be in the hundreds. 'Cause it was like I would do it multiple times in a row. So on one hand, maybe it's for the best that they didn't put that in this game. His music is nice. Well, yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. Hang on, I've got lost. Oh, let me look at the map. Oh, it's my first time going to photo mode. Oh! Didn't mean to do that. Or did I? That was weird. Why can't you... Is there no map? Oh, I guess there wouldn't be a map, would there? I noticed that the game does that. So when you're in a new area, it doesn't let you have a map because why would Clive have a map? I think that's pretty cool. Because in the known areas, you do get a map. Imagine being literally stabbed right through the chest and you're like, fine. Like if I stop attacking him, he'll just get up and he will be fine. Sometimes doing a finisher that doesn't actually finish them is quite funny. Like, it doesn't actually make sense, does it? Whoa. Oh, I didn't think that would kill him. Very good job. I'm still yet... Okay, you can't make him say things if you flick through it this quick. Which is fair. But I still haven't heard him say, like, Ramu! It's still only Garuda that I hear him talk about. So now I just have to wonder. Oh. As I was saying, I just have to wonder if you're lying to me. Wait, was this a fucking optional area? Like, what? Oh. No, this was not optional. I'm just being dumb. Hang on. What? Wait, this whole area was optional then. He definitely says from I can hear it in his dumb voice. Second strike. Third strike and you're banned. Why would you what? You don't actually think his voice is dumb, do you? I think though, maybe what they could have done, which it's really a small detail, so it's not a huge thing, but maybe they could have had it as a finisher if you're near a cliff, that you can throw an enemy off a cliff as a finisher. So then it wouldn't make it easier, it would just be cool, like an alternate finisher. There are games you know people off cliffs though, you tend not to do it because it's boring. That's a good point too, I guess there's actually a really interesting argument to be had there about, you know, how much do you say, well, it's just up to the player to play it in a good way, and then how much do you say it's up to the developer to develop it in a better way, right? I'm actually confused for like the first fucking time in this game, which is saying so much, but I'm not sure where to go. What's going on? Because it's not there. I've checked. It is not down there. It is not. Okay, hang on. I have to see this. What have I missed? Thank you, Jess. Bro, what do you mean? You want me to jump off? Like... Oh, okay. Sorry. He wasn't leading me anymore. Mother of God. Now, I do say how obvious it is now that I see it. Thank you, Torgal. I'm just calling him Toggle. Who the fuck is Toggle? Thank you, Chaz. I forgot that you could do that. I kind of love it. Because you know what? Dogs really do know.
There's something I need you to know. I saw the Patriarch do things no one should have to see. And so I swore that he would die by my hand.
I understand. I faced my demons. Then you must face yours.
And that's what he's up to right now, because of the way she reacted. When she said he was in this area. I can't remember what they call it, the cat. There's a C in there. I know there's a C. And like a T and a H. I don't know what it's called. I'm getting lost in this linear dungeons known to man. Listen, that's why I said, no, it was, I think actually, no, there's two, this has been the second time I wasn't sure where to go and I actually was like, wait, genuinely, I don't know where to go. It's just so refreshing after playing the Jedi games where I don't know where to go more often than I don't. Wait, what was over here though? This where there's just this? Is this it? To be fair, I kind of, oh wait, no. Oh wait, no, yeah. I was just gonna say, I needed a potion, then I realized I don't, but then I realized I don't have full health, so I realized I did. Wow, good commentary. They are waiting. I am not only removed from Final Fantasy VI, but I am also Torgal from Final Fantasy XVI. Why are you removed?
We're nearly there. Just one last push.
I've got splendid song.
Why? I need to know what's the story? Wait, why are you removed? Oh, I hate when I do that wrong. Torgal? It's actually very stressful seeing Torgal get attacked. I really don't like it. I will not lie to you, every time I've ever parried has been just by accident. I don't think I've ever strategically parried. If you spam it enough, you just get lucky. I actually don't know why I used this now. It's kind of a dumb way. He just did a hurling move on me. Again, that was an accident, I will not lie. Nice job, team. Do you know what I think would be have been really cool, actually? Because furthermore to the Jill discussion, I think it would have been very, very good if there were a couple of times, like every so often in a fight, every so often, they would come together and do a move together, right? And I guess what I'm drawing on here maybe would be like in Intermission, 7 Remake Intermission, when Yuffie and Sonon would do moves that were together, and like I wouldn't build it in as something you could do constantly, but I think it should be like almost scripted moments in certain fights, like especially like bosses, like bosses or even like maybe mini bosses or something. But I think that would be really cool to see them work together, because we talked about this already, right? But Jill really does take a back seat, generally all the time, but especially when in combat. I feel like you'll maybe see her do something ice-related once or twice, and that's like it. And that gets boring quick, right? I feel like it would be really cool to see, again, she is powerful. She can fight even without being Shiva. She's obviously a good fighter. I think it would be cool if they could show us that a bit more. And it's a shame that they don't. I don't know if they will in the future of the game, but so far, it's like playing with Jill in your party, it's like, even with Torgal, like, I don't know why they didn't build in something like that. I mean, they literally did it in Intermission as a whole mechanic. Why couldn't they script one or two? You know what I mean? Because with Cid, there are scripted moments, but there's never any scripted moments between either of these two. And I think that does them a disservice. It's a bit of a shame. Rebirth will have that. Rebirth has team-up attacks. I'm not gonna lie, that's cool, though. Is that meant to be bad? Because I think it's cool. I think, like, it's maybe nice if you use it purposefully and you use it, what is it? I'm thinking of a word and I can't think of the word, but, you know, you don't overuse it, basically. I don't know. I just, whenever you say anything, I assume you're saying a negative. No, but I think it's more because you're like, Rebirth. Rebirth will have that. And I'm like, wait, but do we like Rebirth or not? I forget how we feel about Rebirth. Because I don't know yet. Because I haven't seen the trailers and I haven't replayed Remake. Yeah, that's a good point. There is one with Benedicta. That's true. I would like to see maybe a couple more of those. And I'm not sure if there has been any with Jill. Because I don't remember a single one. I do remember the Torgal one where he spins around on her fucking neck. More stuff like that. And it doesn't have to be like last minute saves. Just like have them just like get to a point in the fight where they team up and do something cool. Why not? Why can't you do that? Why can't we have that? I don't know why that's not in it. I just think that would do, again, that would just do to bring Jill more into the fold. I feel like she just tags along sometimes. And she should be more than that. Oh, when I say how we feel about Rebirth, I mean like the general consensus about Rebirth. And also, I don't know yet because I haven't replayed Remake, which I want to do, and then I'll watch the trailers. So I genuinely just don't really know for sure what we think about it. And I'm kind of the mindset that like, I don't really mind what they do because it will not change the original to me. I'm quite happy for them to do whatever they're going to do, and maybe it will be good. I still remember Remake being good, and I'm still excited to replay it because I think while it's doing something different, that's okay with me generally. I'm like it doesn't mean as much to me to make it exactly the same. Like I think like either do a 1-for-1 remake or do what they're doing, so I don't really mind. Or do something like, I don't know, actually I just am not super bothered because I have the original. I love the original, that's all that matters. I'm nervous. Are you doing sacrifice?
Follow It's Elva. Give it everything you've got.
Hey, Kimmer Gamer. Welcome. Thanks for following. Yeah. Always with the human sacrifice. They look like, are they like drugged? Like have they just been taken out of their beds at night?
Shiva's dominant. Come to beg forgiveness for your failure.
For years, I followed your orders. fought your wars. All to protect the children you took. Just as you took me. And what did you do in return? You put them in chains and you slit their throats!
Their souls were sullied with a stain of ether. I merely cleansed them of their corruption. A penance paid, just as the Holy Mother wills it! Repent, abomination! For a monster like you to set foot in the Holy Cymric is in itself a crime deserving of death.
You're right. I am a monster. And my soul is stained black. Though not by ether. But by the evil of men like you, who made me close my heart and drown in darkness when I should have raged against it. This is my penance. I will be your monster no more. Nor will I suffer you to create another.
Does the beast bare its teeth at its master? Come then, dominant. Rage, be as you have ever been. A monster!
And what are you, Imran? I was forced to kill. You do it by choice. But never again. I bowed to you once. Now it is you who shall bow to me.
Hell yeah.
Kill them.
Now!
Right.
What are you doing? What's going on? Oh my god! That is exactly what they deserved. Oh my god. What? What are you? Wait! Let's go! This is what I'm talking about!
Why can't I do it? Please, just once.
Music is back. Ooh.
Make this quick.
I love this music. It's so different. Like, it really stands out against the rest of the soundtrack. Try and get these timings right, but it ain't happening for me. See, when I said wait, I was like, he kind of looks like familiar, and I thought maybe it was the guy from I can't remember what they were called, but the mysterious dude who we saw in like that vision fight where Ifrit was there. You know what I mean? But it obviously isn't. He's way smaller also. But that's what I thought of. But I think why I actually recognize him is he's like the things that you fight in Remake. I don't know why I said Remake has come up again already, but they're like the things where you fight like loads of them. Oh, fuck. I did not realize I needed to heal. Oops. I don't know. About 14 still. I'm still like, I like it. I like it. I like 14. I like playing it. I like streaming it. It's fun. But I don't know that I don't think I like it near as much as I like very many, you know, like non-MMO games. You know what I mean? I hate when the can't stretch far enough. Oh, I hate when I do that. What is that the ice breaking? Oh shit! Chill. I really like her design. She's so cool. Look at this, like her skin, all of it, like the way it like glistens. Look.
All right. I won't take long.
Oh, that really caught me off guard. Why didn't I do that properly? I do not know why I didn't do that properly. Oh, you gotta be quick. Torgal just got burnt alive. He's cooked meat. Fuck. Stress. Nice try. Heh. Nothing personal, kid. I didn't even mean to use this. I don't really understand how this works. I know the game explained, but I do not remember. I don't think I read it properly. Like, I take responsibility, you know? Just to be in Shiva's presence is very nice. It's kind of sad that she's kind of just taking a backseat right now, but I guess she's. But is she even? I was gonna say she needs to conserve her strength, but is she even conserving her strength by doing this? This looks like it takes a lot of power. Like maybe she should just fight. Probably be easier. What are you doing? That's so cool. What am I meant to do though? Kind of that, but then not that, but sort of. I had the right idea. Oh, this is cool. This is. Oh no, no, that's not cool. No, Torgal, no. Torgal, how did you survive? I like how that felt like something out of 14. I think that's really cool to mix in those sort of, like, I guess they're more MMO. Right? Because you wouldn't really, you generally don't get, like, right? Like, or do I sound dumb when I say that? But I just think it's really cool. Because it reminds me of 14. So I don't know if that's something that other games do commonly or not, but none that I've played do. So to me, it's cool. Let's go, gaming! Oh no, 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 deadly, no! I missed it. No. Why didn't I counter? I do not know. Once again, Torgal has been fried. No! Oh. What? Again, I accidentally parried. Like, I had intended to do something different, but it's okay.
Let's try.
I love when he says nice try. Ah, damn it. Oh my gosh. This is a really fun fight, though. I'm having a lot of fun. Like how fun is this? Is fun, you know? Game fun. It's like, I like that it's fairly predictable, but it's also really fast paced. So you feel like you're really cool when you're doing it. can't even attack him. I don't know why I'm trying. I think it's better to stay in the habit though, probably. No, because now I can't. Oh, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. I don't have any health. I need to hit him. I need to. Literally, once again, that was a fucking toss-up. I had this much health. I didn't even know I was close to winning. Like, I had no idea who won. Oh my god. Hello. A few people have joined. Hello, Envy. The game is very good. I am probably all up the title now. I would say I'm probably at about the 20-hour mark, give or take. It's hard to measure, but I just thought I think like time stones are time stones. I read someone's message and mixed it up with my words. I think time. I think it helps. Is a good indicator. Low key. To you too. Hello, Jose. Actually, sorry, I think. Hello, Dimidad. Who got pieced up, me or him? Because it was close for both parties. And I think I just glanced at your message, Flash. I know that other bosses have it. I'm just saying I generally like it in all of them, if that makes sense. Like, I like the way that it works, like do you call that AO? Yeah, because it's only AOE attacks. I really like that. I don't feel like you see that a lot. Like the way you can visualize that this could be a 14 boss in a lot of ways. And I think that's very cool. Oh man.
Jill.
Yeah, it took a lot out of her.
I'm going to finish this, Clive. Here. Use this.
Can we keep it? Please let me hang on to it. Let's get it.
Are you watching, Sid? You're one step closer to freedom.
Oh, that kind of got me.
Crystal. What did you do to it?
Oh.
She was so sick.
We destroyed it.
What? But... Monster! Monster! Do you have any idea what you have done?
I do, Father. I have killed the monster.
Fuck yeah, Jill!
And become
Let's fucking go! I love twirl.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Fuck yeah.
It's over.
I feel good for her.
It is.
And Shiva exacted her price.
She did.
Again, the burden fell to you.
And I bore it willingly. This was a sin for which I had to atone. Now I can continue at your side with my head held high. Clive, look.
It's just like the one at Phoenix Gate. Damn it. We need to leave.
Agreed.
Right, okay. Confused. There's another hooded man now. So there really is two hooded men, because there was hooded Joshua and then whoever this fella is that was there when Ifrit first emerged. I have so many thoughts. It looks really cool.
I kept my promise, and now you keep yours.
Whoa! Wow, it's so pretty. I love Joshua. I can't wait to see more of him. If he survives. Joshua?
This way, Your Grace.
Ain't doing too good.
You're bleeding. I have a tonic which will...
I thank you for your kindness. Truly.
This is that little...
You, I will survive. Please. Save your medicines for those who need them most.
Oh, well, if you're sure.
I think she's the same girl that was trying to sell to Jill. And Jill like turned around and was like, hey.
For a moment there, I felt my brother's presence.
You did?
I fear he is in Ultima's thoughts again. But why now, after 5 years of silence?
Oh yeah! I forgot that it's also been 5 years
Sealed away much longer.
since we've seen Joshua.
Your Grace.
No, do not dirty your hands.
Look at that. Ugh. He's like Tony Stark.
Look at them all. Like a river flowing to the sea.
Or moths to a flame, perhaps. The crystalline dominion, their light in the darkness. More and more lose their homes to the blight and set out in search of sanctuary, while others lose their fortunes to the Dhalmekian levies and leave to find new livelihoods. What is it that you seek in the Dominion, Your Grace?
Oh, Dion Lesage.
You mean the Crown Prince of Sanbreque?
He has many titles. Dion the Bold, Prince of Dragoons, Odin's Nemesis, or simply Bahamut. I met him once, when we were children. He was a chivalrous soul even then, and has served his empire indefatigably ever since.
And You are confident that he will listen to what you have to say?
Our world lurches ever closer to the abyss, and a hidden hand ushers us onward. Ultima's influence extends to every nation, Sanbreque included. If His Highness is the man I believe him to be, and I pray that he is, this truth will not have escaped his notice. As the mother crystals fall, the eternal flame wavers, and the azure sky begins to bruise. How lucky we were to be blessed by the crystals, and yet how spoiled. Like canaries in a gilded cage, growing fat on seed. But now, the bars are closing in, and we must take flight. Painful though it be to leave our home behind, it is what we must do to be free. Which is it that men cannot live without? A blessing that leads to damnation, or a freedom that leads to deprivation? I do not yet know the answer to that question. Do you, Clive?
Your Grace, let us find a place to rest a while. We can return by the Dhalmekian trail once you have recovered your strength. I realize your duty is pressing, but if your health should fail...
I know. Thank you, Yote.
Follow It's Over. Give it everything you've got.
Kev, thank you so much for following. Welcome.
Follow It's Over. Give it everything you've got.
And V1, thank you so much for following.
Army's attempt to breach the Empire's defenses and gain the Isles of Ark has failed yet again.
Only because your fleet has proved as impotent as a eunuch on Lane Night. Would you rather we simply fell back to the capital?
Enough, both of you. All here agree that the Empire cannot be allowed to maintain its illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, our casualties mount with each passing day.
There is a literal sea twixt you and your prize. The armies of Sanbreque need but sit back and watch as you harmlessly lap against their walls. They are dug in like ticks and seek to draw out this siege, knowing the capital's stores are nigh bottomless. And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might reap. Republican soldiers starve while waiting for orders from Randalar.
If you would but take the field, their bellies would be full by nightfall.
If I take the field, so too will Bahamut, and our duel will shake the island to its foundations. Instead of liberating the Dominion, you would doom it to destruction. Unless that is what you desire.
If our learned advisor has a solution to propose, we should be glad to consider it.
Is that the
Emperors?
She got Cloud's half brother right there.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Kupka?
What it means is that I am disinclined to advise you any longer.
Fucking strangle her.
Ah, the looks on their faces when you walked through those doors. A perfect picture of stupefaction. They could not believe their eyes. Though I confess, I had my own doubts whether or not you would accept my invitation. Such shocking news. Cid isn't a son of a whore. He's the son of an empress. Your own dear Clive.
Absurd. Who fed you these lies?
I have never spent a moment among criminals, save at the gallows. I came here with my son, not to entertain your baseless accusations, but to put an end to the senseless hostilities between our nations.
Very well. You need only agree to the terms I set out. Cid took the life of someone dear to me, a woman by the name of Benedicta. I swore to take his in turn. This would not be disagreeable to you, I take it. You would finally be rid of the stain on your noble name. In return, I will leave Sanbreque in your capable hands. Your Imperial Majesty.
Fucking oh my god,
all for the love of a common whore. Dominant or no, one cannot hide one's breeding. And beasts will ever belong with beasts. There are greater things in store for you, my darling Olivier. Soon enough, you shall be the crown prince of Sanbreque. And when your father goes to meet Great Griga, you shall be emperor of all you survey. The old order shall come tumbling down, and you will rebuild the world in your glorious image. Soon.
She's been in there for hours. Something must be wrong.
Whoa, I was locked in there for like 20 minutes. My goodness. Maybe not quite that, but... Yeah, James hasn't really been able to play it much. And the worst part is... he won't be able to play it until he finishes his video. I think I'm gonna wrap up here though, cause yeah, I think it's 12:30. My goodness, I think a bunch of kids must be sat on a Discord call together or something. Like, go on this stream. Let's be really funny. Thank you, James and Flash. I appreciate you guys sorting that for me. Actually, mainly Flash, I think. Thank you. Connective moment, that. Wait. Oh, sorry, that confused me. I'm once again reading the most recent messages out of context. And James is like, I think I'm in the final third of the game. And I'm like, wait, but you just said I almost caught up with you. There's no way I'm in the final third of the game, too. But then I realized that you're talking about GTA 5. That's good. That's good. That's real good stuff. You said it's only like 20 hours, didn't you? I haven't played GTA 5. I will. One day I will. Nice. Right, yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm live again with this on Saturday, so if that suits you, I will see you then to continue from here. What day is it? Tomorrow's Friday. Chance? I don't know if I'm gonna have my second video ready because I didn't really do any editing yesterday. I ended up cleaning in the evening, and then it just got so late so fast that I just got into bed and relaxed. So I think maybe tomorrow I should have time. Yeah, I should have time tomorrow, and then I'll be able to edit and maybe, yeah. I am streaming Saturday this time. I will commit to that properly. I will do Saturday, and then yeah, then I think I'm gonna try not to stream much the week after because I really don't like being ahead of James. I wanted to be able to watch. It's part of it's you'll find out eventually. Flash, it's like what I did last stream. Wait, the stream before. Where Clive and Ifrit. And Ifrit is like, he's fighting himself. And then it's Ifrit versus Ifrit. No, the L3 plus R3 to accept the truth was cool. It's a cool, like, that's cool. You're silly, Flash. Get out of hater mode. Get into nice mode. Yeah, what Joss said is a cool way to talk about it. You're just stupid. I had no idea what people were talking about. That's just because you erase the game from your memory, which is fair. It's probably better for your mental health that you do that. You remember the game? Oh my god! Flash has become me! Flash! Trust me, it's not fun when you don't remember the game. It's a defense mechanism. No, it was a cool bit. I can't imagine that you didn't think that was cool, Flash. Silly, 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 silly. Yeah. Anyways, fun. Had fun. Yeah, I'll be live again Saturday. I'm not gonna do a super long stream on Saturday either, though. It's probably gonna be 3 or 4 hours. But it will exist and it will be there for those 3 or 4 hours. And yeah, I will work on my what is technically my 3rd video about this game. And hopefully I will have that up. Maybe more like Sunday or Monday, because if I'm streaming on Saturday. No, I'm gonna stream late on Saturday. because I have plans. I gotta go do stuff Saturday during the day. So it's gonna be like a normal time stream, but on a Saturday night. And then, yeah, so I won't really do any editing Saturday. So yeah, I probably will have it up Monday, because I can edit all day Sunday. So yeah, you always stream late, to be fair. I do, but when I say I stream on like the weekend, on a Saturday or Sunday, I'm like, oh, well, I can start earlier.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
By earlier,
Goodest of nights, gamers.
And to you too, good sir. I almost called you good sir, and that's actually, that's, I don't know, I feel like, is that a weird thing to say? It feels kind of cringe, but, so anyway, and to you too, sir, good sir. Thank you so much for the 19 months, Nikip. Appreciate you. Thank you. I think though, oh yeah, what I was saying is, I normally say I'll start earlier, which earlier as in like 3 or 4 o'clock. But then like I end up doing something during the day or sleeping in really late or something. So I end up just starting at my normal time, which, oh, you always stream late, to be fair, because you are late. Get it. I get it. That's a good point. I'm always late. I stream late and I am late. Double the late. And a most great stream. Thanks, Jess. Loved it. Went very quick. It kind of did go quick, right? But it's the game as well. I feel like every stream that I've done a 16 has gone quite quick. But thanks, Jess. I appreciate that. I'll see you Saturday. Have a wonderful night. I will see you then. Thanks for being here, Jess. I've really not played GTA for a while. I need to play a few more hours today. Well, it's not today anymore. It's tonight, isn't it? But, you know. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. But I'll see you Saturday for some more picking up from here. Yeah. If I don't catch you Saturday, I hope you have a great weekend. Goodbye, everyone. See you soon.